It's who I am. It's who I am. It's who It's who I am. It's who One billion reasons in the stars, imprisoned deep within my heart. It's written on my face that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know it's who I am. Want you to understand. It's who I am. Want you to understand. It's who I am. Who I am. 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 I know it's easy to get lost in yesterday, to bring back all these things. I know you love them, I know you love them, but I know that I can try again to warm your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. We say we want to make a change. I must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even if it passes by, this isn't how we say goodbye. Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all their silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
just when you forgot. Maybe take the time to stop and cherish what we have instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different way. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears, and now you know your sight is clear. Bring to life all your silly fears. I was thinking that maybe when you get back, you could come with me. Fuck work, fall in love right now, and spend all our money. Jump with me. Jump with me. I've been feeling it buzzing in my fingertips. Wanna try you out. Get lost, get far away, and do what we wanna do now. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump And I know the odds are always stacked against us. Even though we're young and trying to baby, don't get no. And I know da. you'll always stay close to my heart. You'll always stay close to my heart.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem?
Are we live? Are we good?
Are we on?
We're good.
Oh,
fantastic. Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to Reflex Champions. I am Barnell. This is obviously the wonderful Ebac, and we're here to bring you the very beginning of Reflex Champions in this first season of 2021. Ebac,
Hey.
You're really quiet. I'm going to turn you up real quick because I need your dulcet tones in my ear if you're going to be doing this.
You also need something in your eyes, and that's proximity against Volcano Esports.
Oh.
Two fantastic teams. It's going to be amazing. Proximity, I think it was second place in the qualifiers with Volcano at the very top. So it is the big boys out here today. We do have a slight lineup change potentially from Volcano as well. Also potentially to their favor as well, slightly. As they do have their coach Steno jumping in from Glitch Tech in various other leagues, who has absolutely wrecked shop in some other leagues. So he is a killing machine. If he can keep that up for the team that he coaches, it'll be a bit of a nightmare for Proximity.
Yes. Yeah.
Am I wrong, Barnell?
You are, yes.
I am wrong. Okay.
Yes, Steno, formerly of Lions Creed, occasionally unreliable, but a very
did I say
competent...
Glitch Tech? Whoops.
You said Glitch Tech, yeah.
But
but a surely capable fragger. And Lions Creed brought out some really interesting strategies and really drew some attention on Oregon. We'll get to what maps we're playing in a small minute, but I'm interested to see what the coach of Volcano, they've been very successful through qualifiers. They didn't drop a single game through the qualifiers. Going up against them, we've got Proximity. They were an absolute joy to watch. I'm particularly keen to keep my eye on Zenny, absolute frag machine. I've got in my notes all over the place for like the different players and stuff. Zenny is up there as a person to watch. But frags aren't the only important thing. And Samayoto, the absolute planting king. He had the most plants in the previous season, and he has not let up throughout the qualifiers.
Wow.
Seconds into rounds, plants going down somehow. The second the attackers have any kind of control, Samayoto is slapping that thing down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really, really excited to see as we come here onto our map. Do we have the maps ready, Mr. Producer? Wonderful.
We do.
I mean, look, it's T4 Siege. We're going to Oregon. The map pool is essentially two. We play Oregon here or Clubhouse, and today we are going with Prime, which we're not getting tired of yet.
Not quite. In our qualifying matches, I believe the current count is we've casted 9 games of Oregon and 6 of Clubhouse. So it's pretty good. None of anything else. But you know what? More Oregon. Bring on the Oregon. It's a great map for testing how strong a team really is. It can test your wit. It can test your not just mechanical skill, your ability to adjust as well, because there's such small parameters for change on Oregon, and the little adjustments you can make can win a round. And I think both of these teams are fully capable of doing that. As you mentioned, Samayoto, he sticks in my mind as a key smoke player on the defense, as a really, really reliable sight man. And on top of that, his planting ability on the attack, as you mentioned, you see him often bringing out the thermite on the attack, getting lots of useful breaches open. He is going to be crucial to his team's chance of winning today.
I can only agree. I mean, Proximity have a lot of big names. We have stats and stuff from the previous seasons as top fraggers, top planters and stuff. Both Zexy, Samayoto, and Geico are all near the podium in those kind of stats. Geico as well, very, very high up there in the KD department. But flipping back over to Volcano, while obviously we've mentioned their substitute, their coach coming in, they've also got Suspendo. Now, I've got a little asterisk next to him on my notes, and that means that he was drawing my attention consistently.
Ooh.
And the name of his game was Opening Kills. The number of times where I have in my, the summary of a round is just Steno, not Steno, fucking Suspendo. Suspendo, there we go. Yeah. Coming in big with opening kills and immediately putting the advantage in the hands of Volcano. And they capitalize on that. They are like sharks. When there's blood in the water, they pounce. But we can only hype this up so much. We've got the two...
Those pouncing sharks.
The sharks with legs, that would be the worst. But
it's a little bit terrifying.
We can only hype this up so much. We've got these two massive hitters here in Reflex, and what better way to kick off the season than with a bloodbath on this familiar stomping ground? So we are just about ready here to sink our teeth into this game on Oregon.
Yep. So Suspendo, as you said, he's been absolutely incredible. His Jaeger play on the last game we casted of Volcano earlier in the qualifiers, it was so strange. He kept coming up behind people and they weren't ready. Obviously, some misplays from the opposition, but even on the attack, when he adopted the Zofia, he was the one catching out the Jaeger, his own role on the defense, and really just was dominant throughout on Oregon. And here we are again. I can't imagine it'd be that different. I think it'd be a fight between him and Steno for that Jaeger.
It almost certainly will be. I mean, as you said, Suspendo obviously drew attention for it on his hand, but I think it's something that both of these teams are really capable of, is taking advantage of small mistakes. If you're up against one of these guys and you fail to have a flank drone, you have someone who's flicking between cams and misses something, you fail to put down some utility, like some air jabs or some tracks or something to watch your back, they will jump on that and punish you. And they will do that all across the map. If you fail to accomplish one part of being careful, they will punish it. So it's really going to come down to not only who can bring the aggression, who can get these opening kills, who can swing rounds in that way, but it's going to come down to caution and diligence when it comes to the support players and the flex players and the flank watch, especially for these attacking sides.
Yeah, speaking of attacking, Steno, just going to mention as well, jumping in. Obviously, not with his usual team in terms of playing, so may have a bit of a difference on his play style. It might not go as smoothly for him. We'll just have to wait and see. but as the coach you'd expect to be gelling relatively well. Over in ECS last season, during the league season, he averaged just under 1.5 KD throughout the league season consistently. One of the highest fragging players in general. 8 kills per map average with only a 5.4 death per map. And for a fragging player, that is one of the biggest differences between kills and deaths per map that we've seen. So not only does he get a bunch of kills, he doesn't often die in return either, which is quite unique.
It is, yeah. Coming in here to the bans, we've seen recently an absolute complete domination in the side of Thatcher, Maverick, often a Kaid, that kind of thing in terms of the ban phase. It'll be interesting to see if we have a very familiar set here. We are starting off with the Thatcher, so we are beginning in pretty predictable form.
We are indeed the ace coming out. No surprise, hard breach. It's a bit of a mix-up between what hard breacher you want to ban. Maverick is in play. So that's an interesting thing for Volcano starting on the attack. We have seen some Nomad bans in and around Reflex towards the end of the last season coming out on Oregon, but she is fully in play alongside Gridlock to lock up those flanks. I think with all the roaming players, I look at these lineups and I think there's a lot of good Jaeger players here. There are a lot of players capable of that Vigil roam as well. And the fact that we have all those flank watch operators in play, it soothes me somewhat.
Hopefully they jump on and use them. Kaid and Wamai come out here as the defensive bans. Makes a lot of sense. My eyes are going to be peeled towards when we defend kids' dorms, which will most likely be the primary or secondary sites
You got
these people
contacts
choose
in.
to defend. Sorry?
Your eyes peeled.
Yes, those attic fights are going to be big. With the Maverick in play, he's definitely going to be being brought, and it looks like Suspendo is giving us that role. He's almost certainly going to be heading to North Tower to cut open those lines, most likely assisted by Steno, while Hibana heads for walk-in, if all things are being predictable. That's what Oregon tends to give us, but teams that can buck that trend often find a lot of success. So, much to be seen. We do have the Nomad coming out, so hopefully that flank watch does have a nice, strong impact. Now just see if anyone's 6th picks to change things up.
Doesn't look like it at all. We are moving straight on to Kid Storms, the first defense, being up on the top floor. As you said, Nomad, quite useful here, certainly, to watch out for those. I'm thinking with proximity on the defense, we've got Ed Shoot, who does not strike me as familiar from the playoffs unless it is somebody else with a different name. So interesting that he's on the Jaeger. I think maybe expect Element somewhat more, but he is playing a slightly more passive Goyo.
Yeah, we are missing Broker, the player from the playoffs. Just
Right.
double checking that is either the same person or a different person, because I don't want to assume anything. In terms of setup, nothing really revolutionary coming here. We've got the reinforcements there. We've got a Legion playing nice and close. He's got his impacts in hand, as impact tricking will most likely be the primary source of denial, as we've got no Mute, no Bandit, and certainly no Kaid. Banshees being placed around the site can make those ingresses a little bit harder.
You could say it's a secondary source of denial, really, as it is a secondary gadget.
Probably good.
Yeah.
Has like Ash charges and bullets as Robertson enters somewhere. Looks like, yeah, I'm here. Quick entry up North Tower.
Suspendo making quick work of the wall. A quick entry for the attackers, but Steno trying to enter elsewhere is taken out right outside the master bedroom. A lovely shot from Zeexy with the MP5 holding off from Trophy. It is his job to hold that ground. We've seen a lot of players recently trying to hold that area in recent matches, especially during the qualifiers, and really struggling to hold it for very long. And he's already backed off. Samiyoto falling in attic.
I'm not sure that shot came from. The Nomad appears to be somewhere close to, Armory. I guess an open angle through part of that soft wall. The half reinforcements there will down the player, but Suspender gets nice and close and can finish off the down player. Holding Trophy is an important thing to do, often when assisted by the person in Armory, but Zixi has fallen off. of that now to their death. So Trophy side and Master is going to be in complete control as well as at it. With a minute and a half, this is really good time efficiency, and the attackers now are going to be able to start picking this site apart.
Keep an eye on Ed. I was just saying keep an eye on Ed Shoot. He gets a lovely kill, but is shut down in response down that hatch downstairs in meeting. He was going round for that flank, got caught off and had a fight in the middle of the corridor downstairs, just lost out. He was traded. 3 versus 3 is now the man count for both teams. 1 minute on the clock, and quite spread out, these attackers. They have a lot of angles to start picking off defenders, and there's the first one. Geico falling to the ash of Robit. I'm calling him Robit.
Robit there on that kid's window. A really, really powerful way of just slicing the entire site in half. Habana eats a chunk of damage over in Trophy, but manages to secure the kill onto Samayoto, down to Element all by himself in kids' dorms. Attackers now have loads of freedom and cover, but a little bit less. Element gets a lovely shot onto Robidison. Still got the player over in Walk, and they have a shooting angle, nothing to rotate. They can deny this plan. Oh! No, they secure the kill, but don't get the plan. The cover is still here from the Nomad over by Walk-in. They can now bounce between Trophy and that Walk-in angle to deny this diffuse. Element has quite a lot to do still before making this round his.
Yep, he's used the element of fire, but it's not worked for him. It did not manage to take out the player. He's just explosive power. He's got 20 seconds left to try and bait the Nomad out. There aren't really any jabs, it seems, to protect her. So he's going to have to go aggressive towards Walk-in. Will he catch her off? It's so close. He gets her down, but he doesn't. Does he have enough time to get to the diffuser?
Oh, it's so close. 8, 7. Oh, this is going to be horribly close. Some messy shooting. I have absolutely no idea. He's just out of time. Oh, the lack of intel really, really punishing Element there, as he was just spending that little bit too long searching for the Nomad baiting and running around in a bit of a messy shot there into Walk-in. Really, really close there, down to the millisecond. But with that, the attackers take round number 1.
They do indeed. 3 versus 1 for Element. He gets 3 men and is denied by... it was as close as that shot on Theme Park in the EU final. It was kind of the opposite situation. A fraction of a second from pulling off a 1 versus 3 in the first round. He will take some confidence from that, though, you would imagine, in such a difficult position. Doing well for himself.
Certainly. Not quite enough, but certainly a good effort. Looks like we're going to be re-attempting that, going back to kids' dorms. No, I'm speaking out of my ass. We're down in the basement. Alrighty, over to Laundry. Now, Volcano on the attack. They have Steno, their coach, and he's going to do far more than slightly influence their playstyle. He's the one most likely dictating it. Now, Lions Creed were a team that really favoured the Laundry Stairs and Freezer push, and I'm really interested to see whether or not they carry that kind of... if Steno brings that kind of mentality to Volcano, or if they go for a little bit more, maybe something different, maybe something more classical, like an elbow takeover by Bunker.
Well, if Lions Creed are anything to go by, we'd see a kind of southern take, which is what Steno likes to do with his other team. We've seen quite a lot. Volcano, they've opted for a mix. Was it Volcano who went for that mad rush in the qualifier? I'm not sure if that was Volcano. We've seen so many games on Oregon; they've all blended together in my mind.
Volcano did attack Laundry twice. The first time they attacked it back in round 4 of the qualifiers, they did bring a rush, but it got shut down. It got really, really close, but they did sprint in through Bunker.
Yeah, I remember a Nomad being left to try and clutch, and it was absolutely hopeless. And a bit of a rough start for Robit yet again, not having a chance to use his utility or his strong weapon. But a refrag eventually coming out from Suspendo. Enjoying that Mav. He seems to be quite flexible in terms of attacking operators on Oregon. And he's enjoying the M4 so far, getting 2 kills.
Just taking the time here, establishing all these potential avenues of entry, securing up Laundry with jabs going down as well. That's going to make this a really, really safe, really relatively safe. There's no real guaranteed safe way of approaching this site, but the more options you have, the better. with a full sit coming out from the defensive proximity, this is really going to come down to analyzing where the defenders are looking, where the majority of their utility is, and where they choose to come down and frag. Put up to the hand, but Edge Shoot, whoever he is, peeks out and lands a beautiful shot. The Zeke answers with another one from the Vector, putting them in a really good position here. Now it's down to Furbo and Voron. I don't know who Furbo is. Oh,
no, we've not seen Furbo in qualifying either. He is an unknown entity to us, but he's trying to make himself known right now on the Nomad. He's got some jabs down to help out the plant, but it's going to be very, very rough to plant from this position at 2 versus 4. Voron needs to get himself a cheeky pick. Look how safe Proximity are playing. They are not peeking. They're playing it very, very safe. They're playing for time. They have some in their hands. But Samayoto, as I say that, are getting picked off because Furbo, making a name for himself, charges in, gets 3! What is he doing, this madman? There's one man remaining peeking towards him, but he's taken down. Hibana now against Zeke on the mirror. Can Voron finish this off? Furbo, we were just saying we don't know this man. He has made himself known.
I mean, absolutely. What a play. Swinging them back from a 2 to 4 disadvantage. The Nitro sails over, misses the kill, does a lot of damage. He's still got the Vector in hand, but he swings to the corridor, and Voron finishes off. Volcano coming in from behind with a massive play out of Furbo. Fantastic move there. The aggression unexpected by the defense and really pulled apart.
Volcano for that round, they were long dormant, but right at the end, they exploded. They erupted and just dominated. Furbo, that was incredible. Good job from the Nomad. I mean, it's not just the fact that Nomad a great operator to use on this map, and I love to see Nomad in general because teams who don't bring Nomad tend to lose. I say it a lot of the time, and they're proving me correct by consistently winning. That is 2 in a row. We're going to be moving again. No repeated sights so far from the defense, despite it coming very close on that occasion. They were 4-2 up. Only that surprise run-in. You would think maybe reattempt and bring a Valkyrie or a Maestro.
Well, they're definitely going to do that bit of switch up and bring Geico with the Maestro, hoping to start making an impact on the scoreboard, but we find ourselves in kitchen and dining instead of reattempting either of those sites. Now, it would be unusual for this to start off with anything other than a West Tower clear. Sometimes we have begun to see people just trying to hold on to West Tower and getting isolated, but trying to waste some time. Doesn't look like we're going to be going for that, though, for now.
The very same lineup coming up from Volcano. And it's well warranted because they've done a very good job with it. Like to see a bit more from Steno and Robit in this match. The Ashe and the Zofia, those impact players, especially operator-wise. You want to see them step up and really strike fear into their opposition. They've been in, especially in that last round, they were in a dodgy position. They're losing out on some of these entry frags. They're getting into dodgy situations early on. People keep getting isolated. It seems they're moving in, not necessarily too connected to each other. This time, though, it looks a lot better. You can see those pairs of 2 moving in together, making sure they're nice and safe. Not too far away. They're within refragging distance.
Certainly keeping themselves close. Now, although we are only 2 rounds in, they've come out of really swingy rounds. I mean, round 1, Element almost landed a great 1v3 clutch. In round 2, Furbo with a massive 3K to swing things back in their favor. Oh, let's do a narrow angle. Hurts Zeke for a good chunk of damage. Not enough to finish him off, but Maverick's going to begin work, picking some nice unpredictable holes, but it doesn't matter. The player within Edge Shoot lands a shot through the unpredictable holes and shuts down Robidison once again. Goes for a prone shot, but is punished for it as Steno predicts and puts a bullet through his head. Down to a 3 versus 4, but we've seen man counts matter very well as Alder finishes up and equalizes, shutting down Suspendo.
We could see it through the wall, but the players had no idea there was someone tucked in on the left-hand side of the top of the stairs doorway. It's an absolute nightmare for those players. And as Steno walks in, he's shot from underneath. Is that from the Maestro? Up through the hatch from dining. What an angle to catch off that man, putting them in a 3 versus 1 advantage.
Starting to look really good here. Voren's going to need to pull out a bit of but not quite a miracle play, but something pretty close. He's going to start off with some flashbangs. He's got quite a bit of time to play with and some flashbangs to assist, but these barricades are going to definitely be broadcasting his position. Flashbangs do a little bit of the same. He's already being fired upon. So many angles that are watching, an absolute hailstorm of bullets sends him down. Looks like being called for a brief pause here. Alright, we've got a small technical issue, so we're going to pop to a quick pause and pop back to Caster Cams real quick. So just bear with us very briefly. Production, what am I doing? Am I disconnecting or something? What's...
Apparently Barnell has some issue. Is it both of us who have issues?
So... What can we do to fix that?
I don't know. Are we still currently live? Okay. Gonna keep yabbering on then. So Barnell, 2-1 is the score currently for Volcano. What? Are you there? What's happening?
I am here, yeah. I'm just...
It's a little bit messy, sorry.
Yes, slight bit of confusion on what exactly the problem is and how we're going to solve it and why we're on caster cams if the caster audio is the problem. But we'll solve that imminently and get back into the game. And you're right, we are at 2-1 to Volcano. Yes. A really nice kitchen defense there, picked apart the attackers just at every stage. They would take a bit of the vertical pressure, they would take a bit of the control after, but they would consistently lose men while doing it. Yeah, just really good kind of get a kill back off, get a trade back off by the defense, and that just wore down that man advantage until...
Sorry, I was laughing. Furbo has a good sense of humor.
Okay, good.
In the game chat. I like this guy. He's shown himself to be not only a very reliable player in dodgy situations, who also brings very suitable operators, uses the utility well, but also he seems like a funny guy.
Which, to be honest...
That's the perfect package, isn't it?
It can be a really important thing as well. The morale and the mentality of teams can be so widely varied, and having people on teams that can get the humor up, can get the morale up, can get the vibes going, can be so valuable. But we are returning to Kids Dorms. Now, Kitchen is the only defense they have succeeded on. Kids and Laundry were both close, very close, but swung in the favor of Volcano, hoping that we can avoid that this time. Now, last time, the attackers were afforded pretty rapid control of Attic and of Master Bedroom. The Maverick pretty much uncontested as they took across Attic, and while Zixi did provide a bit of pressure on the Malusi over in Trophy, they got picked off with a beautiful long angle shot as the Nomad entered Armory. So, we have yet to see... Oh, it looks like a bit of reinforcements there, and those walls are actually going to limit those long angles.
Limit?
Protect... They will limit or slimify the attainable from Armory. So Zixi's position actually here is a little bit safer for that.
What was my word from the... It was flexecute, for a flexible execute. I got to keep that in mind. That's a really good one. As well as the floor angles being the flangles.
Yes, of course.
And flangles are really quite crucial on this map. You can see the Maverick over there in the tower already using those flangles, potentially, to try and contest across. And Zixi taking some damage there across from Armory, I believe.
Yeah, not sure if that was from Armory or from the doorway over by Master. But...
Control has already been taken by Volcano. They've already pushed players all the way out of Trophy. So good efficiency so far. And the Ash here of Robit watching for that Jaeger of Edge Shoot, who's sitting inside Classroom nice and patient. 2 players coming around. Oh no, they're not aware at all. I thought they were. The refrag comes out eventually, but the Zofia of Steno is taken out. Another pick comes onto Element elsewhere. up inside of the site from a frag grenade, most likely from Suspendo, so he's the only one with nades.
Real shame there that droning classroom didn't pick up the Jaeger. Luckily, the refrag was there, but that's a lot of utility off the board. Ridderson going for the vertical pressure on the Legion to slow down the impact tricking, and a kill does come out, though it looks like it came out from the Hibana elsewhere. Where's Voron hanging out? I think, yeah, Voron's over there in master bedroom. Oh, a swing and a push from Attic ends up with a kill onto Zixi, but is returned as Samayoshi with a shotgun. Volcano picks one, but I think they've traded.
It was a trade at the end, yes. And not a trade between the... I'm not sure if it was a trade between the two, or someone else shot him in the back, but regardless, it is a win for the attack yet again on the top floor. Seemingly a trouble site so far for these defenders. It did not look convincing really at all. And it didn't really the first time, except for a magic moment from Element, just not enough. In general, they don't seem to have... They're not really executing their plan well at all, and their plan in its basis doesn't really seem that foolproof.
It seems like a simple, well-reasoned defensive plan. Hold a bit of trophy. They're giving up Attic very, very easily, which I think is coming as a bit of a misplay, because it's allowing those attackers to just sweep in at any time they choose. Which they're being punished for both times they have defended that site.
Well, they have had two. They have had two players. It's usually the Goyo and the Smoke position there, but both players, I believe, that Goyo dropped to a Mavericks nade, and then the position wasn't contested, and the Smoke stayed deep within the site and forfeited that Attic control. And given that Attic is such a key area to contest games from as well as trophy, if you've got that wall soft. That it's a bit silly to give that up so early, given that particular setup, and potentially that was a big mistake. You are correct from Proximity.
It feels like they're going through the right motions, but the heart doesn't seem to be in it. You know, they're going for impact tricks. They have the Roman Jaeger. They have the control around the place, but it feels relatively thinly spread. And the second that Volcano managed to pick apart a section of it, the entirety of that defense seems to fall apart.
You want to go with the motion of the ocean. They're currently going with the motion of the lotion. It's kind of gooey and sticky and it's gross.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see. Back we go to Laundry, however, for round number 5. 3-1 for Volcano on their attacking half of Oregon, which is definitely a good start. But last time on Laundry, they ended up in a 2 versus 4, only being saved by Furbo going massive with a 3K to swing things back in their favor.
A big change is the fact they're going for the opposite side this time around. A nice bit of flexibility from Volcano. This is one of the things I've noted about their playstyle. They mix things up a lot. They do love just going crazy. I recall the second time they went for that attack last time on this site. They sent 2 men in straight through the breach and planted immediately, just without any regard for their own safety, and they got away with it. Won the round absolutely brilliantly, and then had that sudden adjustment mid-round to send everyone from different directions to pinch those defenders. Currently putting up a lot of pressure towards this Goyo to try and take elbow control.
Yeah, the classic, was almost known as Shaiko spot, the Jaeger playing down here near the pillars. Ow, how is he allowed to cross that? Rebisson picks up a headshot onto Element, however, further down, almost lining up for a double, and that mirror position in Electrical just became a whole lot weaker. Pillar is an absolute power position, and in the hands of the attackers allows them to sweep around. We're going to see the Goyo go for that kind of panicked reinforcement now here over in Supply. They're going to try and hold on to it a little bit longer.
It's very risky. They're playing it with a mirror on it, and he's going to peek out. He gets one onto Furbo. Still holding this position strong. Those ADSs have reset. Soaks up the nade. He soaks up Suspendo. And 3! Lovely triple from Geico, sorry. And Zixi finishing the job with a C4 onto the Ash.
Woo! Really punishing the fact that Volcano didn't take that corner of elbow with real aggression. The fact that Goyo Shield and those ADSs and the rotate was allowed to persist. Geico just swinging and punishing them all. It's like, cool, you're in bunker now. That means you're in my kill spot and you haven't pushed me out of this position properly yet. And just returns and goes massive. Really, really good to see from Geico there, retaking that really powerful position. But now at 2-3, we go back to Kitchen. This was also a really nice display from Proximity. This very, very well might go to a 3-3 half.
Yeah, it looked very different, that Kitchen Dining defense, to a lot of the rounds prior. Volcano seemed a bit clueless on this one, on their attack. They moved in that top floor and they got picked off by defenders suddenly being in odd angles that they just didn't check. I think they're going for a bit more of a manual game, playing it relatively loose on the drones. I've not seen and I'm not saying they're not droning at all, but compared to a lot of teams we see who prefer to favor the intel, this team goes a lot more manual, and it is catching them off. That is one of the downsides to being so quick and effective and snappy, is that you can get caught off in those moments. And if Proximity can make that happen again, they may well bring it to the 3-3.
Indeed. The lack of droning, or I don't know if it's a lack of droning or the lack of diligence or lack of acting on it, or whether it's like they drone an area, they decide it's clear, and then they take into it. And most of the time that works, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But occasionally they drone it, and between them droning it and then taking the ground, because they leave a gap sometimes, they get punished for that. We see this drone now moving across from meeting and looking through lobby, but no one is immediately following it. If that drone gets left, they go off the drone, they leave it, without following up, as the Nomad now is doing. That intel can become old and stale. Luckily, not happening for now. Nomad's taken the ground, he got some jabs up and established a bit of control up in meeting.
Again, going for that vertical take, Volcano. They're taking across from Attic and Trophy to put pressure on the Jaeger. This time, Melusi of Zeexy behind that bed right at the back.
Predictable angle and a very common fight. This position from standing near the trophy doorway to that bed at the back of dorms near big window.
Getting some damage off onto Zeexy. How is he alive? I can't even see. That is that is 0.5 health. That's not even 1 health.
Really gonna hope the Maestro and Jaeger here can step up and provide the cover, because Melusi really should not be taking this fight. Zeexy not gonna be given a choice, as Steno puts him in the ground. Still, now the Maestro retreats back to the site, and it looks like the Jaeger has fallen back as well. And this time it hasn't gone in their favor. Last time they did great. They managed to get a couple picks and then fall back. And they made sure the trades kept going in their favor. But this looking quite a little bit different now that attackers have taken the control. And Hibana in meeting with the diffuser has opened up the back of Kitchen.
It's very different to last time. Volcano have been a lot more effective. Proximity opting for safety. A smart move from Geico just to let it go. He has no support there. Might as well stay alive and use those evil eyes. He could come into contact with the Maverick there of Suspendo any moment. But in the meantime, Verbo strikes onto Samayoto. The smoke falling before the execute can take place.
Some good long angles being held here, all the way back from Dining as the entry comes in. A beautiful shot gets to the head, and Maverick elsewhere gets one onto Geico. Robidison there answers with the third and final as a flawless round for Volcano. Answered with much, much more convincing form there. Good vertical take, good meeting pressure. That was almost like three-pronged. They came in from the kitchen corridor, from meeting, and from above, and it really pulled apart that kitchen hold. I'm going to write that in my notes. Trinac.
It's Trinac reform, three-pronged. It's 4-2 at the switch. Volcano, well-deserved, I must say. Some good attempts at defenses. It looks like Proximity are stepping up a bit. That was quite a bit closer. They can't contest with Furbo. Furbo with that AK-74 has been incredible so far this match. He sees someone, he takes them out. And you can't have that, especially when he's wielding the Alder now on defense. It could be an absolute menace. They take it to Kidstorms, the site they've won so much on their attacks. Now they are going to defend it. Will they bring out something maybe a bit smarter to outwit their opposition?
Well, it looks like an almost identical lineup. It's very, very familiar these days to see that Jaeger, the Goyo, the Spook, and the Melusi a really common kind of base for. Furbo here switching to that fifth and on the Maestro, also a pretty common pick. But my attention is drawn to Geico. He stepped up and had some really big moments in the last couple of rounds, and now he switched over to the Ying. I I love seeing Ying played. I love seeing Ying have a massive impact. The way she can just be like, nope, I'm bypassing all of your defense. Don't care how good a gunner you are. I will blind you and I will take this ground. I love that kind of aggressive and exciting play. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is about Ying's. I see them be the opening death so often.
Yes.
I get all excited that I'm going to see Ying get played, and then they immediately get dropped before they can throw a single Candela.
Well, Ying, almost kind of like Legion, her counterpart for the... Oh, wait a second, I'm being distracted by Suspendo, getting aggressive towards the very Ying on the balcony. No! He's backing off, he's taken some damage, and he's getting away from there. He almost went for... Actually, you know, it was the Ashe in that position. Ying is on the opposite side, trying to take north to maybe assist with a breach. But only the Hibana. What have they got in terms of... There are 2 hard breaches, but nothing necessarily. It's going to be a bit trickier to get some of these angles taken out, because there's no bandit, there's no mute that you can just shoot out. You just have to put pressure on for the impact tricking, which is less specifically useful for those attackers. They have managed to get the north breach open immediately, though.
We do have a Iridescent there being flashed. The Jaeger comes in to support, however. Ying pushes close, but is a bit careless. You can't take that kind of complacency. The flash has definitely blinded the Melusi, but Jaeger swinging in there to assist. Looks like Samayoto elsewhere. I think, yeah, near the walk-in breach has been shut down as well. That's an awful lot of utility and a great man advantage in the hands of Volcano now.
It was great teamwork from Steno, stepping in for his teammate to cover when they were blind, to get the better of that Ying. No more Candelas for you. No real use of utility there. The only thing currently is that we've got that... Actually, no, we do have that walk-in breach. I can see just in the corner. It looks like a 4... just a little jump hole from Hibana before she died, Samayoto. Yes.
We see Zeke rotating out of this. This really isn't enough control. They've got Master Bedroom, they've got a bit of a gunning angle from Walk-In, and they've got the Thermite who's kind of positioning near around North Tower, who's now moved actually to join the rest of his teammates coming up Armory Stairs. But they still got the Glow to deal with, and he's going to shut down, drop the diffuser on the ground. It goes cold. Flashbangs come out to try and blind Suspendo, but they miss. He pulls closer and closer angle, and the Vector comes alive and shuts down the Thermite, all down to Edge Shoot. He gets 1. He's got 2 more to cut through, and he's got far more than 2. What am I talking about? Spender hits the deck, but he's got 4 more to cut through. I can't count, but luckily Rabidison can count on his shooting and Edge Shoot, flying into the ground, and Volcano take round 7.
Good job, Barno. Good job. That was a very nice one.
Thank you.
That was a very nice one from those defenders of Volcano. They seem to have transitioned their attacking dominance on the top floor to their defense. They looked absolutely unstoppable there. Some impressive individual play from Suspendo, but slightly more disappointing attacking, trying to take Armory. 1 man trapped in there. There are so many ways to put pressure on. Walking in one after another with some very telling stun grenades that really aren't going to blind a player who knows where to position themselves. A little bit silly. And then practically being knifed by the Goyo there up close. A little bit silly. Almost throwing that round away near the end. They're going to be going down to the basement for the first time, Volcano. We've seen them do some strong defenses here. And I think this will be no exception with that 5-2 advantage. They'll have that mental game. They seem to have scared their opposition in proximity somewhat, and they're going to have to step up big time. Geico bringing the Ying again, though, is an interesting one, especially on the basement.
I mean, Ying is one of those ops that I hope that we see more. Now that projectile denial is less reliable in the current meta, I hope we see her brought more, because she's so powerful pretty much everywhere. If there's a hard position where you can burn an NADS, get a Candela in there, the ground is yours if you can take it. But you cannot be complacent with that, and with a mirror window staring at them. I mean, at this point, a Ying can smoke off that mirror window, flash, elbow, and take the ground. That's how effective she can be. But there, Geico was just a little bit careless, and Steno was really quick there to come and assist. So hopefully a bit more teamwork is involved in the use of this Ying.
Well, they're going strong. On the side, Mira very late to set up. We're now noticing a full reinforcement coming in from Mira. She's taking no chances. I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication in setup, and they then didn't get to use the mirror setup they were planning to use, but Geico is already charging in, but he's taken straight out again. The Ying is the first to fall, refragged quickly by the Zofia of Zixi.
Geico really struggling here. Zixi also eating a lot of damage. Now, this is a large amount of reinforcement with no denial on it. It has me questioning. It guarantees... Oh, Zixi, a lovely shot there from the mirror on the long angle, puts down the Zofia. She can stand herself back up again. But this very rapidly affords the attackers safety in bunker, knowing that that area is fully reinforced.
It does give them a little bit of a spot to sit in, just to drone things out. You can drone and move from this position, but with the C4 potentially still on the board, not sure if we still have all of those available from Mira and maybe Melusi if she's not bringing impacts.
I mean, the real danger
expect
here.
C4 on this site. They've got to play. They've got the time on their side, these attackers, because the smoke will also be delaying. And he has how many? 3 canisters still going. And here he goes. Here's the plant. And will he be able to deny with the smoke? A trade coming off elsewhere, putting us in a 3 versus 3. But the plant is stuck in the midst of the smoke.
And it looks like Samoyoto is eating basically no damage. Now the smoke is allowed to get onto the diffuser. And actually, he's left all by himself now, though. Maverick does have holes looking through into supply, but Voron, yeah, he takes a chunk of damage from those spots, but they've been able to back off and just take all of bunker back. Really difficult situation. He does have 2 canisters left.
I was thinking he could smoke. A trade.
He lands the shot, though.
He does land the shot indeed. Some great individual play from Smoke, trying to keep that alive, but not enough in the end. Samoyoto standing there, nothing to do. He doesn't need to get that refrag. The work was done for him. That was very close. I was thinking in that, with the angles that were actually open, and with the hatch, I believe that hatch was closed in electrical. I did not see any evidence of that being open. He could afford to potentially smoke off some of the angles and at least fake the plant for a while. The diffuse is very interesting.
He seems to not be aware of the positioning of the second player. He seemed to know there was one in bunker, but his amount of care he was paying towards North Stairs suggests that he wasn't super aware of where both were. If he knew that both were in bunker, I think you're right. I think that would have been the play, to smoke off the re-entry and go for the defuse. But just...
It's a similar issue, actually, to Proximinity, with being caught off by Furbo that one time coming around from the north, very surprisingly behind. A lack of intel ops from defenders are kind of costing some of these rounds. We've seen no Valkyrie, no Maestro on any of these defenses. Even just having an Evil Eye present in Boiler can be very useful. Obviously, relatively easy to take out nowadays, given that you're almost always running Ashe and Zofia. But at the same time, not even a bulletproof cam being opted for. I believe Steno has barbed wire. I think that's what I saw.
Certainly sounds like it. I think.
No, he does have a bulletproof cam. He's just sticking it actually in the elbow spot currently to see if players move in there later on. Oh no, that was an ADS he was putting down. Sorry, it looked like he was drilling down a bulletproof. Can we get a look at that, Mr. Observer Man, just to see what Steno does have? What kind of secondary gadgets we do have on behalf of Volcano at the beginning of this round. Love it. Yes, he does have barbed wire. 3 C4s is quite crucial for those defenders. A lot of
smoking off the mirror, and the flashes go towards elbow, and the smoke now blind, and they take the ground. Steno there does manage to get the refrag through the soft wall, but the ground is taken. But no, Steno just keep holding that angle, and now he can push back and take that shield position. The attackers have been utterly shut down here. Geico, better use of the Ying, but they really just didn't commit to that hard enough, and Steno was again, right there to assist when the flashes went down.
Well, you could say it's lack of committing, but at the same time, it's the strength of that mirror setup yet again. As I say, that Suspendo using it perfectly. I do think now, given the way this round and previous rounds have turned out with the same mirror setup, that Volcano actually messed up their setup last round and didn't set it up too... They tried to set up too late and then decided to go against it. I strongly believe that is the case, and now in a 1 versus 4 element is all against it. He has so much to do and not really that much time to do it.
A minute and 13, it is a long time, but he's gonna be relying on Volcano making some mistakes. He's gonna be relying on them exposing themselves to 1v1s so he can start chipping away at this man advantage and bring it into them. We can take a more direct attack. But with the diffuser cold in bunker, it's gonna be the mute actually to rotate up slightly. Though he's not yet. He's gone so far away. He's not gonna get that 1v1 that he's looking for.
A bit of a breather, really, for Proximity, as this will be match point for Volcano unless Element pulls something out here. It looks like he's just wasting a bit of time, really. He's trying to bait some people into some free kills. No real attempt at winning the round here. Furbo making sure his team does. And they are indeed on match point. Proximity had a moment there to reevaluate exactly what they're going to do on these remaining attacks, because they have to bring it all the way back in order to win. And it looks unlikely at the moment. Volcano dominating their opposition. And they're going back to Kid Storms, which they have won every single time, attack and defense.
To be honest, I at this point, yeah, Gaikou needs to hop off of the Ying. She's one of the things I like to see, just like you with Nomad or Clash. Like, you get really excited when you see them. I get excited when I see Ying, but I think they're just being a little bit over ambitious with her. Like, they flash a certain area, they push that, but those flashes will only give you that spot. Not past the next rotate, not into the next corridor. They will give you that position. And they're flashing once, they push it, they get a kill or they don't, and then they're immediately dying to a person that is outside of that area of control, that outside of that area of impact of that utility. And that's punished them with complete rounds being lost every single time.
Volcano just seems to be having those extra smarts. They're playing the game a tiny bit better. Not in terms of mechanical skill. You can see kill-wise, it's relatively even quite high for most of the players across the game. A bit of a step down for Samayoto individually, but as the hard supporting player, as you mentioned in the pre-match, that's not really a huge shame. It's mostly just the way that they've played the game. Those smart operator picks are really winning it out for Volcano. They seem to have a smarter idea of how they want to set up, how to adjust, and that is the game in Siege the majority of the time. Furbo bringing out some intel slightly different from what we've seen previously, as I was mentioning. Slightly not differently, exactly the same, in fact. Suspendo getting an early pick. Proximity down a man right off the bat.
That really is the name of Suspendo's game. It just opening kill, start the bleeding, and with Zeke's been, he was a standout back in the qualifiers. He's someone that really drew my gaze. But it looks like for now he's left his pencils at home.
All those homosexuals came running over the hills to support.
Damn it, both of us go for different puns. I went for drawing, you went for gaze.
Okay, fair enough. You do have an army of gays at your disposal.
I do. They're great. So reliable. For now, it looks like EdgeShoot has taken good control of Master, and they can begin considering this breach. But it looks like Hibana's there. Wait, Fenbo is running Hibana with Impact, I think. But regardless, the Impact misses, and the breach will go down. Still got two players close to Suspendo. He's not scared of that breach at all. He peeks right in and shuts the diffuser down cold into walk-in. Ash is left by herself on Armory Stairs, and aside from that... Well, she finds some company at least, Suspendo finally being shut down, but the trade comes out. Steno is right there to keep the bleeding going. And Gaikou and Element, this is match point against you guys. You've brought out some pretty special moments before, both of you, but you're going to need to rely on it.
They're just kind of fecklessly sitting in this tower. A lovely shot across the way from Steno. I was about to say Steno is always there for the refrag. He is always supporting his teammates throughout these rounds. I've constantly noted Steno is there for the refrag. He's there when your teammate is blinded in the attic last time. He is there. And he was there across the window, waiting for Geico to punch that window. And
it was essentially it was just a good read on. They're in North Tower. They've got a man disadvantage. They're going to be considering their directions out. This is probably where one of them might go, and he was correct in that. Ooh, how did you peek in that? And he's down into a base. I don't know if he got the down, but essentially this is down to 1 versus 3. Element can pick up Geico and turn this into a 2 versus 3. Revision will most likely get. No, he gets team killed by Steno. I'm not sure if that was. We don't need you.
I'm not sure. I was saying Steno is always there for the refrag. Instead, he's confirmed the kill onto his teammate. A smart reinforcement of Attic with 15 seconds left. 2 versus 3. It can still happen for Proximity. All on the line here, or they lose. Steno gets 1 kill. He gets the second. What a round from Steno. Despite the team kill, he was on fire at the end of that round, sealing the victory for Volcano. Great job from their coach. It was not very obvious that they were missing their main man today.
Just a really convincing performance there from Volcano, and almost more so than that, it felt like Proximity's fire was just out. I don't think at any moment in that, aside from a couple individual plays, Proximity really appeared at any point. They didn't really arrive on the map to play. They seemed to come with pretty predictable, pretty normal strat.
Nothing particularly exciting, I think.
To be honest, and I hope.
Correct. Oh, you're cutting in and out for me. I don't know if that's just me. Do continue, Barno. Okay, it's just me. I'm struggling.
Yeah, I mean, a really good start there on the season for Volcano, both throughout the qualifiers and now as we get into the regular season itself, a really convincing win. 7-3 on Oregon, starting on the attack. I mean, I'd say don't take them to Oregon, but I'm biased because we've cast nothing but Oregon. So I'd love to see anything but Oregon. But if you're a team going against Volcano, maybe ban Oregon because they are really good at it.
They are, certainly. But I mean, T4, I guess all you need to do is become amazing at Oregon and you'll probably win most of the tournaments. And Volcano on an absolute tear, to quote what you usually say, Farnell. They won all 6 games during qualifiers. And this first match against Proximity, I was thinking this is going to be one of the toughest matches of the league season for Volcano. And it was almost a stomp.
Almost. Well, I think that is enough of that. A really good play there from Volcano. Congratulations to you guys for starting the season off with a win. Proximity, I hope we see something come to life. There are some moments. I mean, to be honest, I just hope that Geico figures out how to play Ying. But for now, that was game number 1. We are going to go for a short break here, and we'll be back in a small amount of time for game number 2. We have Esports Wales up against On-Site Gaming, 2 really entertaining games from the qualifiers. So as they begin their season, join us back then. Hopefully not for more Oregon. For now, I have been Barnell. This has been Evac. We will see you guys soon.
We haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in place, sing together. Please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. instead. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
You can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your eyes. You say that it's you. Now
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Ebac. Here's Barn Owl. And Barn Owl, we have some fantastic teams lined up right now for our second map of the day.
Yes, we do. We have Esports Wales
Tell
up
us about
against
them.
On-Site Gaming. Esports Wales, we casted them in round 6 of the quals. They won against Intensity with a really, really good showing on Clubhouse. They attacked really, really well. They were just a really well-rounded team. It was one of those note-taking days where you're kind of just... At no point does someone stand out because the whole team really stitched together really well, and they kind of picked apart their opposition with really strong efficacy. On the flip side, On-Site Gaming, not one of the highest ranking members after qualifiers, not near the bottom either, kind of a middling performance. That's, two kind of teams that obviously we don't know much about them yet. We're here at the beginning of the season. We're in the position to begin learning about them. And the first thing we can write down is that they both like Oregon.
They do. Unfortunately,
that's where we're going again.
It is indeed going to Oregon.
It's still going to be a good matchup. Obviously, Oregon is a really well contested map, and it is one of my favorite parts about it. I have plenty of reasons that I don't like it, but it is a very well regimented stomping ground, which means teams have a great opportunity to show you exactly what they have to offer, exactly what they can bring. Wait, Observer, did you hear that? I'll pay you to switch it to border. You said no? Okay. Okay, no, I respect the choice. Okay, cool.
Okay, fair enough. We are indeed going to Oregon, it would seem. On-site, we did see them lose here, but it was a great showing against Sam Clan, and Sam Clan were absolutely fantastic on the attack. I think I gave them degrees in attacking on Oregon during the middle of that game, and they earned them pretty well. Although well fought, I must say, for On-Site Gaming as well. Despite their name On-Site, struggled a bit with the defending side. They did a bit better on their attack, actually, all round.
I specifically wrote down...
I was quite convinced.
Yeah, I specifically wrote down on their attacks very good adaptiveness. They're a team that can come back from a deficit and hit you with a flawless round. Like, they have resilience, which is a really valuable skill. It's not something that comes into play too often in these best of ones. They're not massively long games, and best of threes and best of fives can go on for much, much longer period. But the ability to come back from a round deficit, to be in the trailing position and to come back with confidence and strength, vigor, voraciousness, violence,
vexatiousness.
Vitality. Well, no. Let's not get that far.
Okay.
It's really, really impressive, and it's something which means you can't ever count them out. Which I hope we don't have to. As we go back to Oregon, just double checking that all the players are ready in the lobby. Let's talk about the ban phase. We will be getting into that nice and quickly as soon as we begin. Thatcher and the Hard Breacher have been the consistent bans across Oregon. We've been hit a lot, and Thatcher and Maverick have by far dominated the attacking bans. We've seen a bit of switching the Mav out for Ace. What do you... I won't ask you about the attacking bans because it'll be one of those.
I don't know. I think there's still a point to be made on the attacking bans. Generally, you would assume it is exactly as you said, Thatcher and Maverick or some other hard breacher in that. But during the qualifiers, we've seen Monty be that pick here on Oregon. We've also seen, actually maybe not during the qualifiers, seeing Nomad, but Nomad is a relatively, she's maybe a third kind of what you'd expect, but she can be a very useful ban if a team wants to do a specific type of roaming play, which we might see from one of these teams today. We haven't seen Esports Wales yet on this map, and I'm quite excited to see what they have in store. If they're as well prepared as they were on Clubhouse, it'll be quite remarkable.
Indeed. I'm interested to see what we bring on the defensive side. We've seen plenty of Kaid bans, Mirror quite often banned. We saw her played just a few moments ago, but...
we saw why.
We did, yes.
It was absolutely incredible. Those setups. The one time that that setup onto elbow wasn't placed down, it was a loss. But every time it was placed for the defenders, it was a win. So quite strong setup indeed from Mira, and that's why you see her banned. Although unpredictably, no, not unpredictably, complete opposite. Very predictably, Thatcher and Maverick. I don't think we deserve anything for calling that.
No, at this point, it's just statistically likely to.
And Warden is the next ban. No, it is indeed Mira. A little bit dull. This last one, though, is a bit more of a question mark. Is it the Melusi? We saw a Jaeger ban the other day, to be fair. But I severely doubt that. His counterpart, Wamai, may well be gone. That is also another strong option.
Wamai Kaid, maybe Melusi, would be my guess for the last ban here. All very powerful. Having a Kaid, especially with Maverick and Thatcher gone, a Kaid will keep those hatches super secure.
And it is indeed Maestro. He is very useful. I was calling out for that on some of the defenses on the bottom floor last time, and we didn't see anybody decide to play him. I think there was one time, but the Maestro died relatively early. So we're going to see Maestro here today. No, we're not going to see Maestro here today. I keep saying the opposite of things that are happening at the moment.
just do the classic. It's opposite
I'll dig
day.
into it. I'll dig into it. I'll do opposite day casting. Barnal, you look lovely today.
My self-esteem is intact. We go to kids' dorms first up here in round number 1. Still to see whether a sick pick comes out. It does. We have Sammy switching over to the Yana. Now, we know Sammy offended you greatly.
He did.
In the qualifiers as he sick picked away from a clash, but maybe in the defensive half he can make it
I mean,
up
that's
to you.
why they lost against SamClan.
It is. It's the only reason. But we do have a dot on the Kaid. It's going to be much more difficult to get rid of that now that both Maverick and Thatcher are gone. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not the attackers can go below, most likely, to get a vertical angle on that wall. But Kaid claws are much harder to deal with vertically than something, say, a mute jammer or a bandit battery. So we'll have to see.
Also going to commend Furphy for his name making casters sound a little bit silly.
Yep.
One of those names that makes you feel like a child. Furphy. When you say it. You sound like you're making a mistake. But anyway, he's going to be rocking that Jaeger. We've seen so many crucial Jaeger roams recently on these Oregon matches during the qualifiers. Will he be as effective? Well, currently, he's sitting very deep inside of the site as the Jaeger.
Pretty quick drones come out here, clearing out through Master Bedroom, and Xenix is already able to make a pretty safe entry, taking up all the way. No one is there on Armory side to pressure, although the Ash of Envy is getting in position just in case. The Melusi is downstairs in meeting, however. This could be a problem if no flank watch is established, and her Nitro Cell could be even more of a problem.
Yep, this flanking player we've seen trying to come round and catch players off on Armory stairs has been quite influential in a lot of these qualifying matches. So the Melusi of Ben could be quite key here. Depends if she wins out against.
Wait a minute, we've got
Ash of Envy. If Envy is not prepared, could be well caught off. Aslan though caught off outside through the breach. Actually, the breach is opened into walk-in, but the Hibana shot through it.
That breach has been open since about the 2-minute 15 mark. Really quick work there.
Sorry.
Yeah, really quick work made by the mute. The mute jammer dispatched very quickly. Opened with very good efficacy. Looks like a pretty. My audio's gone really weird.
I can hear my voice echoing in your microphone, which is not fantastic. Also not fantastic losing another attacker. They have managed to pick up a defender. Dot falling on the Kaid. Dot not Dota. Keep that in mind. He gets very upset on Esports Wales. 1 minute on the clock. 4 versus 3. They won't be upset about that, the defenders. Time is ticking on by, and they have that strong advantage. Also a health advantage, given that Toby is quite weak on the ace.
Indeed, the Yana has rotated round over to Big Window, and the attackers here still perched in Trophy main entrance. A fight clashes out, and the entry comes into the Ash to try and catch the mute. She is not I'm not sure what happened with the Ash was successful, but Melusi flanks up Armory Stairs to get the refrag onto the 8, leaving Ash all by herself. She is on site, but does not have the diffuser. Sammy's still on big window, and Jaeger still in a great position to deny this entry.
As I said earlier, Ben's play here is going to be quite crucial if he comes up at the right time. Furphy being taken out 2 versus 2. Suddenly it swung around with another one from Sammy. Only Ben remaining. His flank was crucial. He takes out the Ash. Can he take out the remaining player? 15 seconds to defend that diffuser. He's sure Sammy will come from this angle through walk-in. Will Sammy pre-fire? He does! A lovely shot from Sammy to clear up the round. What a comeback from on-site. The man deficit not crucial in the end for them. They overcame it with aplomb. Fantastic play from on-site to claim the first round on attack.
Really nice there.
Sorry, I was going to say we saw great evidence that they are strong on attack against SamClan, and they've shown it again at the beginning of this match. Go ahead, Barna.
Well, I mean, it's just really good coming back from that disadvantaged position. They were kind of spread out, but when you can enter and frag, when your defenders are slightly distracted, not knowing which area to look at, and that seemed that the defenders maybe had a slightly lapse in communication of who's holding what place, maybe a lack of trust in my teammates covering this spot, I can focus on this area. And there's moments they manage to jump in and get those important frags. Going down to Laundry this time, however. Now, in the pre-game chat, we were teased with what apparently is a wildly new age smoke hold in elbow.
Oh, really?
So, yes. So we'll see just how unique esports Wales can be. We've got Melusi putting some bandages down, some ADS is being prepared. This is absolutely incredible gameplay. I don't think we've seen anything like this before yet, so it's really exciting. In the opening games of this season here at Reflex Champions, you can see this kind of meta-defining shift.
It's fantastic. Matt has probably one of the blandest names in this league, but he has the most amazing, interesting strategies, it would seem. I don't actually know what you're talking about, so I'm waiting to see.
Well, just watch
I'm filled
and
with
enjoy.
anticipation.
Yeah. On the side of the attackers, we do have the double hard breaching classic. We've got Ace and Hibana, double soft breach from Envy and Sedoxus. And Sally, going back to this Yana, 2 frag grenades, a fantastic weapon. That ARX, especially with a foregrip, as well as like the 2.5x scope, the ACOG, is a formidable frag. And that ability to grab intel on a whim. We're seeing a lot of teams going to her. She's one of those newer ops that is really seeing quite a lot of love these days.
I think relatively thanks to Citizen of G2, to be fair, as one of the players really pioneering her as an operator, using her to great effect yesterday especially. Can Sammy emulate that? He looked strong in the first round. He summoned the power of Citizen. He's wishing to be a citizen of the bottom floor. Currently, he hasn't entered.
2 minutes on the clock left. Drones coming out to confirm Matt's location in elbow, and we have one attacker sneaking their way down north stairs. Pillar has been forsaken, however. Now he's there, and he can pretty safely perch himself there and contest down long corridor, slay a bit towards Freezer and make sure these attackers can't come. No, but Dot peeks out and shuts down that presence, and the attackers now are all stuck there in bunker. Good delaying here from the defenders, and it's going to come down to the attackers pushing out into north. But Smoke Canister is going to slow them down a little bit. He's going to barricade that off. He's going to stop holding elbow now as these attackers can take north. Oh, Jet, lovely shot there from the Vector. Puts Envy in the ground, and it's going to come down to this classic Oregon North boiler fight.
Oh, my uh-oh there was for Ben coming down north stairs. If you don't clear out north stairs, you're just going to get pinched from all sorts of directions. 2 men remaining. A silly attack almost from on-site. They haven't really got anything they needed to do. Now the breach going down, but it's almost too late. 5 against 2. They're going to have to start winning some fights very soon. And you expect Esports Wales to play this nice and smart.
Oh, it's the start that you're looking for to chip away at that man advantage. Take these as 1v1s. You can take these all as 1 versus 1 fights, then the man advantage doesn't really help as much. If you get pinched by 2, things look really rather bleak. But for now, they're going to get a little bit more of that intel. Gemini comes out, most likely aware of the presence on north stairs, but now they have an angle into the site. Multiple defenders there, though. He pushes in and he gets immediately shut down. Multiple angles staring at him, and he's punished for it. And Ben comes down north stairs and shuts down Sammy. stalling out on North, not the most inspired of attacks, and that incredibly innovative play by the smoke in bunker. Just, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Quite remarkable. I'm also going to point out Ben in these 2 rounds so far has pulled out some crucial flanks, just simple positioning and coming around at exactly the right time to get a pick or 2 that can swing the round in his team's favor. That time, it helped capitalize the advantage they already have. Last time, it almost brought them to a very strong position, just losing out at the last moment. Regardless, very strong play from Ben. He has caught my eye so far this match. We'll see if he can keep it up. As they go back to the top floor, he'll try and emulate that initial plan that got them into that 3 versus 2 position.
We shall have to see Toby backing away from the double hard breach and instead going to the twitch, getting rid of those Kaid claws. You now have an extra tool to do so, and I'm interested to see where Aslan chooses to go, where Toby decides to assist, because with the Kaid they also have the mute as well, the double SAS defenders. Dealing with those claws, they're going to have to be working together, but with only the Hibana, they're going to have to be pretty quick if they want to get both Attic and Walk-In done.
Keeping an eye on to see whether Mute put a jammer by the drone hole in Attic. I didn't see him place one. So that's potentially an entry point for a shock drone to deal with an Electroclaw over by Attic. But it looks like she's going for Walk-In first.
Location of the spawns certainly indicate the Mute is in Trophy, potentially going to contest nice and quick with a master entry. They did allow themselves, last time we were on Kids, the attackers won in really almost dodgy form. A bit of a storm back from man disadvantage, found themselves in the lead. But Malusi downstairs in Classroom, I don't know if he wasn't droned out, but Sedoxus drops, trying to get the vertical angle underneath Walk-In wall, and that amount of soft destruction will immediately fall off the board. Malusi's going to back off across the map, and that's a big strike dealt to onsite.
Well, it's exactly what I was just talking about, is Ben's positioning at the start of the round. Poor awareness, most likely from the Zofia, did assist in that, but Ben, great positioning there just to pick up that kill when it presented itself. So a great start from the Malusi. Still a C4 in hand, and is underneath potentially to deny a plant from underneath should things go wrong. Currently things going very right for Esports Wales.
Unfortunately, however, despite the Zofia getting off, I think she did manage to get off one impact, and now that the mute jump has been moved, they have opened that crouch hole into Walk-In. Not exposing themselves to it too soon, and the mute is playing really quite close to it, and immediately he pushes in, I think the MP5K, they're chipping away at the Ash.
It is,
but he's not able to finish it.
Oh, Ash of Envy getting the better of the mute, and a nade from Sammy as well on the main window, clears out large dorms. Only Smoke sitting inside of Kids can deny from that jump in. Obviously, he's not going to jump in too rashly. He's going to send in a Gemini first
Smoke's
to check
here.
that area.
Smoke has to be dead here. Twitch gets on that Kids repel, a really dangerous one as well. It slices the site in half so effectively. Dangerous place to be because Kaid is not dead. That's shot into White. Stairs shuts down on Ben. No more flanks from you, and Dot gets followed up as well. Matt all by himself. Pinched, there isn't a Yana coming for him. Someone on the window. Yeah, there's nowhere to run from Matt. Sammy, with a headshot, shuts down Matt and finds round number 3 in the hands of his team.
On-site gaming. Who have been really attacking brilliantly. I'm going to highlight Sammy. You know what? I forgive you, Sammy. You may have 6-picked off the clash and not brought the first clash we've seen, at least highlighted so far in this season. But you've made it up with some incredible attacking play. Great use of utility, whether it's your secondary utility or frag grenade, your Gemini, your weapon. Yeah, even just drones, potentially. I don't know what he was doing with them. Probably did a good job with those as well. I'll give him that credit. Great job, Sammy, at the start of this map. At the start of this map, giving his team the advantage yet again.
Now, I am excited to see Toby flexing around on these various roles. He's teasing out the Ace again, but instead switches over to the Kali. Love seeing that bolt-action rifle, and he's so good at dealing with explosives, with wall denial, and hard utility. Now, we don't have much. We've got Ben with the Banshees, and aside from that, it's all going to be Jet's mute jammers placed on these walls. So Toby should, in pretty quick order, manage to get open pretty much anything that he chooses to.
A repeat of the top floor site from Esports Wales suggests, especially with the change in lineup from the Kaid going to the Vigil, a slight, a different, actually no, maybe not even slight, maybe quite a different approach from them. Even if Vigil is on the site in that Kaid's position, which he currently isn't. I'm not sure. Where is the Vigil right now? I've not seen him at all. Is he West Tower?
That's kind of the point, Ebac. Ash, however, makes a quick entry through Armory, chips some damage off onto Jet. Jet falls back into the site.
Oh, there he is. Yes, he is.
He's hanging by West Tower.
Sneaking over by West Tower, looking for an early kill. He's not going to find one. And neither is the Ash of Envy. Very quickly moving in, taking great ground on site, striking quickly and getting some damage off as well as the ground. Great time efficiency from on site.
I'm surprised they haven't attempted to take Attic yet, though. With the Kali and Hibana, Jet now also off the board. The Nitro Cell, important pick. Ben, with these clutch flanks, is shut down instead. The Ash gets one, gets two. Beautiful shots there to shut that down and keep the frags going in the redirection. Matt and Furby left by themselves over by Attic and Kid Storms. Plenty of ground here. Relatively free for the taking for these attackers. They could start to think about an entry into games, but still, with an Attic player and a Kid Storms player, that's a lot of angles these defenders still have to work with.
You say that was the position they found themselves in last round and they won this out. And there are more angles open this time. Hibana still in play, opening even more all the way across the plant. You imagine should be attempted any second. Attempted. Toby is sticking it down. He doesn't care about pronunciation. He cares about those kills and he's not getting any. He's shut down. Envy getting another. A lovely, lovely round, especially from the Ash. Giving another round to on-site gaming. What an electric start from them on their attack. They have not relented slightly from the last time we left off with them on Oregon.
Now, we go back down to Laundry and Games as they'd succeeded defending their Esports Wales last time they were here, and now the rotation is complete, they can return. Kid Storm's really not working out in their favour. They're going to bring the pretty identical lineup by the looks of things. Same coming out from the side of On-Site Gaming. We'll see what 6th picks come out. It's starting to look a little bit worrying if you're Esports Wales. Or at the very least, stop going to Kid Storms. Maybe after Laundry, try Kitchen and Dining or Kitchen and Meeting instead, because Kids has definitely been figured out by On-Site.
It certainly has. We've seen some very strong orange team play on the top floor today. Not a single blue team has won a round on the top floor so far. And as much as I hate to say it, we're probably going to Oregon for the third map today. So we'll probably see if that continues.
If I were a betting man, and I am, I would say we're going to Oregon next. But for now, we can put off that cursed eventuality and focus on the play being demonstrated here by On-Site. Going to be looking to establish this 5-1 advantage in their first attacking half. Going 3-1 now, which is a really good start towards that. Now, when we were here last time, this was the one that Esports Wales managed to defend. They did a really good job of stalling them and holding these attackers into bunker, which is where they looked to be going again this time. They did bring a bit of pressure down north stairs, but they were picked off as they kind of bimbled around the pillar, and their flank from Ben really put the nail in the coffin. So, looking to see what they can do differently here to succeed where they have previously failed.
Well, that's elbow control being given up instantly by Matt. No crazy interesting strat this time. He's given up that ground straight away. That Goyo shield being of no use to him, really. Bit of wasted utility, wasted ground, and On-Site yet again find themselves with a decent amount of map control, walking down north stairs. Such a deep sit from Esports Wales, holding on to their men and their utility, but giving so much ground so early. I can only think that's a mistake.
And then with the Kali on board as well, opening up that supply wall from Bunker is going to be that little bit more achievable. Sammy has been dropped, but the attackers still have an awful lot of time and ground to their advantage. But no, and Nitrocell and Ben's flank! Instantaneous, flawless from Esports Wales. Fine, take Pillar, take Bunker, don't need it. Get in this box and we'll gun you all down. Beautiful display there from Dot at the end. Ben's flank, iconic. At this point, it's just bring a Jackal. Hunt down Ben, because the rounds where they managed to get rid of Ben relatively quickly have been fine.
Bring Nomad, you win, is what I usually say. And they're not bringing Nomad, I mean, they are winning quite a lot anyway, so it's fine. But a Nomad would have certainly helped in that position. That was a simple play of letting them in and then pinching on them. Obviously, I can only think that was an intentional strategy, but my mind was in exactly the same place that the attackers would have been midway through, which is, let's take that ground, they're just giving it to us. Great. But they got a bit too ahead of themselves, didn't watch their flanks, weren't ready for the surprise player to peek round so close. Dot getting 2 crucial kills that game, and a lovely C4 over the top into Electrical across the way saw the end of some more of those players. So on site, they didn't really get to play much that round. They were just shut down trying to execute their improvised plan.
Well, that's the danger of those monolithic attacks. When you send everything through Bunker, if Bunker becomes a trap or a kill box, that's your entire team. That's the round done. Even if you send 1 or 2 players elsewhere, Bunker can get shut down and you still have a chance. It's slim, but you still have something. But when you all go one way, it's really dangerous. Now, we have upstairs, we've got a few players up here defending attic, reinforcing around, and we've seen Toby, again, flexing around on the 6th pick, so he's moved over to the sledge. Makes a lot of sense, attacking into kids and dining, as there is some good vertical control that you can establish as these attackers all flood in from the west.
It is probably one of your more favoured lineups for attacking this site that Onsite have brought. So good job from them. How can they use this utility? Well, there we go. Getting rid of one of the Goyo shields instantly is a fantastic start yet again. Jet's utility being burnt out at the start of a round. They're going to take their time at the moment. They're going to drone things out, see what kind of control they can take. It's relatively tight to the site. I imagine there is some vertical presence to deny as well. But Onsite currently, they're leaving that for now. They're going for a very horizontal take.
Grenades going off as pressure being applied. There's
Yes.
the word. 2 showers. Kai's still surviving there for now, but some explosions going off on site as Sledge begins to apply a little bit of exploration, vibing out what is there to deal with. Oh, Sammy no longer going to have that option as the Kai puts around into his head. 9mm AUG A3 doing its work. Ash, however, has entered and taken into Shower Corridor. She can make an important entry here, but Aslan doesn't take an impact. He gets through there, a nice little peek across and shuts down the Kai. The Seductress follows it up, putting Furphy in the ground. And the attackers have the man advantage all of a sudden.
Esports Wales looked like they were on top for a moment there, but Onsite striking back with 2 lovely kills. Dot has been fantastic with that AUG so far this match, and him being taken out, especially in showers, losing that key ground for the defenders. Onsite can take it, and they can start to think about this plant. They've lost a man, but they're going to keep going. Aslan moving in the breach. He has support in front and behind, and he stuck it. He gets away just before that smoke canister propagates past him.
And you can hear that Sledge bashing away. Sledge upstairs in West Tower, making some vertical angles to which to defend the diffuser. Envy manages to hold the flank off as Matt pushes through the site, and the defenders are now left with 2 left, Jet and Ben. Ben starts things off really well. Toby is hitting those shots with the MP5 with the holographics so far today. He's only got 2 more to do. Aslan puts down Jet, and it's Ben for the clutch. It's a 1v2. The plant's down. He needs 7 seconds to get to it. He's not going to be given 1. Aslan twiggles are bearing out a long-range headshot. Beautiful tap there. Bit of a pre-fire, and boop. And a boop is all you need when you're lined up with the head.
Gorgeous with the champion charm. He was certainly the champion of that round. And we are now at the switch. The score 2-4 against Esports Wales. They'll be happy that they at least got those 2. I think when you're up against On-Site Gaming, with their attacking record from what we've seen from them recently on Oregon, they are a menace. But they struggled a bit more last time out against SoundClan on their defenses, which is kind of odd for Oregon. However,
at this point,
Esports Wales, they were very confident on their attacks of Clubhouse. They were so effective at getting everything done. They were one of the more polished teams I've seen in Tier 4 with their executes. Very much flexecutes, indeed. And On-Site are going to have to... They're going to have to watch their flangles and make sure that they win it out.
Now, I don't keep the most detailed stat sheets,
Sure.
but I will say, I would wager with some confidence that statistically we actually see ourselves in quite a heavily skewed attacker-favored meta right now. I feel like every map that we're casting, the attackers come and they bring the heat and they get onto the site, they get their plants down, and the defenders find themselves actually a little bit of a disadvantage. Now, that said, 2-4, not the worst. Esports now on the if Esports can follow that through and get lively on their attack, which they absolutely have been able to do in the past, then this match may continue, and we might see Esports Wales coming over to take the victory. But Aslan already eating a chunk of damage there. Some early, I'm not even sure where that was. It looks like he was downstairs.
It was in West Tower, down at the bottom by the kitchen corridor. The Nomad of Furphy catching some damage, not killing the player. The down does happen onto Dot elsewhere, though. Taken outside main entrance to revive. Quite safe to get at this point from Matt, helping his teammate up. So damage dealt all around. Furphy also taking some damage as well over in West Tower. But there'll be... Yes, no kills on the board. I was going to point out Sammy bringing that Valkyrie. I was talking in the last game about the lack of intel operators. We've seen a good amount of... Oh!
No.
The aggressive peek from Malusi does not work at all. Shut down by Envy on the long angle. A lovely shot. And a trade elsewhere. Matt falling.
A lot of damage dealt, though. I feel that if you're Aslan right now, you're kicking yourself that not one of those shots hit the head. Dot, however, reduced to very low health. An engagement later on is going to be really swayed against them, but you only need 1 health to pull the trigger, and all you need is that to win rounds. Stacking up now here around Armory's side. They've got pretty heavy... Peeking out of the breach, actually fights across and gets one, downs the second. Sedox having a massive impact here, shutting down his east side presence completely. Still got 2 attackers over by Attic as they begin to push down, but they've only got a doorway to come through. I don't even know if that... Has the rotate from Attic been closed yet? No, looks like Valkyrie's actually going to peek a little bit closer. Those are shot out, beautiful, but when one sails over, it doesn't quite land, but they know where these attackers are at this point.
Do they know where the defenders are, though? They're backing all the way off. There is no time to reinforce, as there are lots of angles. There are floor angles as well on those walls, fully soft. So the attackers will always have access, potentially.
What if I wanted to describe one of those floor-level angles?
Oh, sorry, flangles.
Okay,
My mistake.
No, that's fine. Beautiful peek out there from the Goyer from Sedox is having a massive impact on this round. Double to shut down west, pushes across to shut down east. But now, Jet has managed to rotate around to Armory Stairs. But it's predicted. But Jet lands the shot. Envy hits the deck. His position is known. 30 seconds or less. 3 men to cut through. Hibana can frag pretty heavily, but he's already very low on health. He's starting to look very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're talking about spreading out and having different angles of attack. It's just the one man. He's got to make his one single angle nice and strong, and it is not at all. It falls apart. Jet being taken out by Sedox at the end of that round, giving another defensive win to the top floor orange team.
The singing songbird of that round was the Vector. Sedoxus with a massive quad kill there to really just... Oh, you're pushing from this area? Nah. Lots of presence, lots of defenders around keeping the pressure on. It wasn't like it was entirely a 1 versus 5, but just in every occasion where the attackers were caught off guard, it was Sedoxus the one swinging with the aggression and the confidence to just shut down every bit of pressure they applied.
Confidence is the key word. That's what he'll be gaining and what the other team will be losing. We find ourselves in a similar position as to the last time out between Proximity and Volcano at a 2-5. And now on site on the defense, the momentum is with them. They move down to the bottom floor, a notoriously hard site to attack. They can keep it together, they will be on match point. And you fancy them for the win. Esports Wales, we've seen some fantastic play from them on Clubhouse, and they've got the record on various other maps throughout qualification. They need to step up here in the first league match to get some points on the board. They want to start off strong. You don't want to begin the league with a loss.
Now, I'm interested that we have the mute on side. They're going for a pretty locked down reinforcement set over by elbow, closing off that position where you often see people. Where Matt showed us a revolutionary new smoke hold of elbow. But they've got that closed for now. Looks like a mute jammer. Perhaps I can't actually see it from here. It doesn't actually look like there's a mute jammer on that wall, so it's going to be very easy for Matt or Jet to get in there and open it. But for now, the attackers haven't applied any presence.
Oh, there is. There is. It's just tiny.
Oh, it's just quite small.
And it blends in quite well.
Grey floor. Stealth jammers.
Yes.
Mute OP. All right.
Speaking of stealth, Esports Wales surprising their opposition, sneaking in from the opposite side of the map, the south-sided take. It'll be quite obvious relatively soon, and on-site seem to have noticed quite a few players moving over to that side, ready to deny Sedox. Ready to have that fight with this Ash, you'd imagine. Dot moving down the stairs in close proximity, drone jammed and shot out right in front of him. He'll be aware that someone is nearby. He'll hear it's a Vector. He knows it's a Goyo. And given the last round, he'd probably be quite scared at this point.
You certainly would, and with good reason.
Oh.
Look at us being sync. But speaking of sinking, the chances
even
of
better reason.
Wales are plummeting by the second. The Vector is coming to life. He's on very low health though, and the freezer push is coming out. Nitro is getting ripped as ADSs are burning, the stuns push him back. The flames will add to the pressure as he's pushed back down from the freezer stairs push. But Matt and Ben chilling out together in the freezer. But where's the third? Where's this third attacker moving to apply a pincing pressure, an opposing point of force? It looks like he's outside somewhere.
Over by Garage at the moment, likely to move down Laundry when the time is right. But time is ticking on by, and they've got a lot of stuff to do. 2 versus 5, it's the same as the scoreboard. And it is not looking great. Can this Goyo catch off? Yes, exactly. Jet with that prone angle. He does again. Sedox, incredible. A lovely wallbang from Matt. Almost in vain at this point. He steps up. The smoke cannot cover him. It's not set off yet. Hazan loves looking at the floor at the end as his signature celebration. At the end of a round. Finishing off Matt. To claim themselves onto match point now. 6 rounds to 2. My flashbang didn't work. There you go, Matt.
Flashbangs aren't massively
I criticise
reliable.
his use of the smoke grenade. It was just a poorly formed flashbang. That's just like that's the the producer's fault.
Yeah.
Like it's Harry's fault. Blame Harry. He gave the fault the equipment.
I mean, that Laundry defense was really quite standard, to be honest. Like, no part of that really was that revolutionary. You had, the holes open to double up the freezer defense. You had pretty standard angles holding Laundry. I mean, no, not even holding Laundry. You had a shield and then a Goyo that sat next to the doorway. But nothing that Esports Wales did actually found out the location of where the Goyo was playing and dealt with it. It was just send people down there. Oh, we got shut down. And then it really very rapidly ended up just being the Hibana left by themselves. You talk about finding the right time, but you don't get to choose when you have to move in this game. When the time begins ticking down and the defenders are holding you off, there's no right time. It has to be now. And you are in a disadvantage. And some people, it's rare. Like, it's a rare skill to be able to claim those moments. When the time is pushing you to do something that you're not ready to do and they can still pull it through, that is something that can really, really shape rounds and teams. And Esports Wales not quite bringing it out.
I'm not sure if Furphy is actually Kurt or not. I've got kind of inclinations of that from what people have been saying. Obviously, we saw Kurt out last time.
Kurt not killed?
I mean, I don't know if this is Kurt, but I certainly know someone will be here, and that's Kurt's mum. Shout out to you. real MVP of this match.
Kurt's mum absolutely coming in massive. But for now, Jet switching over to the Ying. Now, just a few minutes previously, in the matchup between Volcano and Proximity, we saw Geico getting on the Ying and not having that much success with her. A bit of over-ambitiousness about how much area that actually blinds with the Candelas and how well you can effectively take that kind of control. But we are attacking Meeting. We did not see the Ying attack Meeting. We didn't see them attack anything at all. And so this is going to be a pretty fresh slate. Zephyr sending utility in, and the Mute and the Ash so close. Do they have any idea that they're this close to each other?
Can they make use of that Ying? That's the thing we've been talking about so much in the last map.
Can we POV the Ash real quick? Oh no, she's coming back up the stairs. She's coming back up the stairs. They got that close to the Mute, and they haven't crossed paths. That's absolutely insane that they got that close to the Mute here. This open hatch looking towards this breach, there is a Nitro Cell with their name on it. If that Nitro Cell kills the Ash, I'm gonna be slightly surprised and think it's quite funny.
Sammy has been killing it today so far with the 2 KD. He's taking damage though alongside Envy. Attackers striking half the health off 2 defenders. Ben clearly knows now that Sammy is in that position. He's dealt some damage, but he's got to take him out, which is quite a task given how strong Sammy has been today. Smoke's going all around above. He's going to go aggressive, Ben. Can he catch off the Mute? Sammy goes for the run away and he's taken out, but elsewhere the Thermite has been felled.
A smoke plant gone awry in all senses of the term. The grenades go off to push back the presence, and the shot from the top of the stage is a predictable angle to pre-fire. It doesn't come out. The Bandit shuts down 1, shuts down 2. Chaos just going massive. I keep saying they're going massive. I'm repeating the same phrases, but it's true.
He's just huge.
He's just really
a giant.
Thick. And that makes him an easy target for Ben as the headshot puts him in the ground. Jet is still alive.
He's the best caster I've ever heard. That was so good. Okay, yes, 2 versus... You know what? You take the rest of the round, Barna. You're so good.
I mean, it's not going to be very long. There's 20 seconds left in 1 versus 3. Jet. There you go.
And on site with that round, almost as incredible as Barnowl at the end of that round, claiming the victory. A fantastic display of attacking, not only attacking, a good bit of defending in there too from on site. And they put themselves currently at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, there's a lot of games to go, and this is only the second, but they've got that round advantage over the last match between Volcano and Proximity. They've got 3 points, and they've got a strong round advantage. And they've got some confidence. I wasn't sure that we would see such a strong performance from them. I probably would have placed my bets on eSport Wales at the beginning of this match.
And you wouldn't have been alone in doing so. They'd had such a strong performance on Clubhouse that you really do, very reasonably so, have some confidence in them. But really, on-site gaming just looked really strong. Seduxus obviously had some massive impact plays. I have to just, like, my completely worthless MVP medal for the game goes to Seduxus. Just constantly visible, constantly making a difference. So, to you. But aside from that, the attacks from Esports Wales, they attacked really, really well on Clubhouse, but those attacks, they were so monolithic. Especially on that meeting take. I mean, we are going to hit North Tower.
It's a unipotent.
And that was the entire plan. They all stood around a North Tower. They barely droned out Belief. They only very late in the round managed to spend... They wasted loads of time, had the Ash distracted for ages, dealing with that Mute. They never got rid of the Mute until very, very late on. And then by that point, cool, you've opened up stage, and we have 1,000 angles to peek at you from. And you go for a smoke plant, smoke canisters. And it pushed them back. It slowed their plant down. And it really just took away all their options because they didn't make many options for themselves in the beginning. So congratulations to you On-Site Gaming for taking advantage of that. That really is becoming a bit of the mantra of this whole series, is teams that are good at capitalizing on small mistakes. So congrats for that 7-2 victory. Welcome to the top of the leaderboard, and welcome to Reflex Champions back here in the main season. We have one more game to bring you after this next coming short break, so don't go anywhere apart from to get a drink, get a snack. If you need to comb your eyebrows, moisturize your face, important self-care things these days. So go take care of yourselves. Be back here real soon, and we'll see you for the final matchup here on this first day of Reflex Champions. That's me waving goodbye. So okay, cool. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I know what I mean. Like, everything's falling apart, but you need to fix it still.
Yeah, I don't know why you managed to make 11 seconds of delay. I don't even know how that's possible.
Jesus.
So wait, is that an 11-second difference between?
And yeah, and I counted that. The Ash killed.
T in the game, they got no stripes. No longer social in person, they live on social media. So social skills are not working because they live for likes. It's all a make-believe world, but they love living in a bubble. Stay scrolling and reading all the BS you type. Just for attention, a couple shares or a mention. It's meaningless, but it's like nobody wanna deal with real life. I spit that real life, say what's on my mind. I will not pander to the climate of the deaf, dumb and blind. Never dumbing down my bars, only realness in the lines. You will only hear the honesty and passion in my rhymes. I'm staying connected, cause I perfected my art form. This show I directed, calm and collected, rated, respected, stayed on course and never deflected. Flow like electric, I'm gonna step this off, no apology. I move metric, yeah man, I'm still moving imperial. My techers are moving hectic.
wanna stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. We haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. I don't want to change. We'll just rearrange. I don't want to spoil mistake. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your lies. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now that I am free, I want my lips back, my time back, my words like when I said my love back, my life back, my heart, the one that you knew could break, the one that broke with your confession. With your confession.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have Sam Clan up against Hyperion 5. I am Ebac, and I am joined by the illustrious Barn Owl. Say hello.
I'm illustrious. Hi. Hi, guys. We are back here after a break for the third and final game of this first play day. We've got Wednesday and Friday, chock-a-block full of games to bring you as well, but this is your first chance to dive into Reflex Champions here in this particular season. We've got Sam Clan versus the Hyperion 5. I don't know if it's
Hyperion 5.
I'm gonna keep saying the Hyperion 5. I don't know if it's 5 as in like there's 5 players and so that's why it's the 5. But for me, I'm just seeing like Leo, Stizzy, Penguindel? Someone's name is weird and I can't read it. MP9 and Blue, they are the Hyperion 5. And they are up against Sam Clan. I'll throw a quick live question to production to tell me who that P7 Ingwindel Lux person is, if I should be calling them a different name or not. But anyway, we have just about got all players in the lobby, so we're diving in today, and we have something very important to tell you. We're not going to Oregon. We're going instead to Frankfurt, to Clubhouse itself. We are here fairly frequently also, but at least we get a little bit of variety here today.
No, it was in Frankfurt. That's cool.
I am just going off what Milosh told me, not personally. Oh, he was talking.
He may well be wrong.
But, I don't know, Milosh. I just assume most things that man says are correct. I can't look at a man that beautiful gorgeous. And think, "Wow, I think you're wrong." Mm-hmm. You know, he nurses the beard. He's all friendly and shit. You can't not trust that. Sure. Now, we saw Hyperion 5 and Sam Clan in the qualifiers. Sam Clan were doing really quite well. They are pretty high up in the board. Hyperion 5, lower in the middle. We saw them losing on Oregon back in round 4 of the qualifiers up against Volcano, though everyone lost against Volcano, so we can't judge too harshly for that. Mm-hmm. I do have in my little notes about Hyperion, MP9 and Stizzy were taking a while to get warmed up, but they really did. Although they did go on to lose that match, those particular, like the ramping up of those two really impressed me. Blue and Leo also particularly sparky. They had a few good moments, and Siege is a game where mentality really plays a point, and so as your teams get warmed up, they continue getting momentum and energy. That's where they get really, really electric, and hopefully that's what we can bring you guys today. I can't do a little intro-y chat about these teams without mentioning 11. He was defending on Oregon, and we saw him bring out the Vigil and get, like, I think 2 aces or an ace and a 4K or something like that.
It was an ace and a 4K, yes, successively.
Penguin Deluxe. All right, I'm going to make sure I write that down so I'm saying that correctly. Thank you very much, production.
Penguin
Deluxe. In the place of Zorro. Penguin,
yes. Other ones to mention.
Cool. Thank you.
Leo was on it, rocking the ace last time we saw him play.
Proverbial cub on it.
Yes, he was absolutely fantastic. He was on right from the beginning. The rest of the team kind of warming up around him. He pulled out some incredible moments early on, especially in the game. And on the opposite side, apologies to Wirt, because I was calling him Wart all the way through the last game because my stream was blurry and it looked like an A. That I couldn't see. I had no idea what Rick Haz's name was. All I saw was like a big blurry mess. I recall him pulling out one particularly brilliant moment towards the end of one round. I look at these lineups and I think there are a lot of difference makers. All these players can have a brilliant moment. They've all got it in their lockers, and I'm really excited to see it get going and see how exactly they can do that against each other. There's so many strong players here on Clubhouse. Thank the Lord. Clubhouse. Yes, it's
the Lord says you're welcome. And fingers crossed, any moment now we'll be dipping ourselves into the bath that is this match. And maybe we'll sit outside jacuzzi and watch them branch in and have some successful attacks of Jim. Because who knows, I think we're yet to see a successful Jim attack, or at least see them come in through any kind of frequency. I'm actually looking forward to that in particular, while we're just waiting for us to dip into the match itself and get on with the band phase.
What about the ban phase?
Sounds like we've got about a minute to go before we get into the game itself, but I'm interested actually.
Tell me.
We've seen teams play nothing but Oregon and Clubhouse here on Reflex Champions so far throughout the qualifiers, which we casted all 6 casted games.
This is our 9th.
We saw only Oregon and Clubhouse. And when we saw Clubhouse, and I'm saying both of these, be attacker-sided. Teams that come in with a plan, with aggression, with competency, and a plan that really works. And teams on defense, often you see them have a resurgence when they get onto the attack. But when they're defending, they have this, I don't know, it feels like to an extent, people are kind of just going through the motions. They know what used to work, and they're kind of doing that, and it's sometimes working, and sometimes they can frag their way through and use those positions to good effect, and sometimes they can't, and it's kind of falling flat. The one place that hasn't really been true is gym. Gym and bedroom on Clubhouse has been a place where we've seen so many teams have amazing church attacks, amazing CCTV and cash attacks. We haven't seen any livestock attacks. But when they get to gym, they surround the area, they maybe clear cache, they open construction, they open jacuzzi usually, and then with about a minute left, they kind of stand there for about 40 seconds, hoping to get kills from windows, from the angles that they've made. And if they don't, if the defenders decide, no, we'll just stay in the site. You haven't cleared out logistics, we're just going to stay here and hold angles. They flood in, hoping that they can get their entry picks in the last 20 seconds, and it falls apart. And we've seen so many teams that do really, really well attacking church and CCTV, not really feel like they have a plan. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing whether or not Hyperion's a moon of Jupiter, I think.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kept doing that the other day.
No, Hyperion 5 or SamClan can bring that. And we'll see it on Hyperion 5 first, if they ever have to attack him. For now, I'm assuming we'll probably see a CCTV or church defense first. But before we get to that, even before I get so far ahead of myself, let's bring it back a little bit to other ban phase. What are we thinking? What are we predicting? What's percolating in your brain in reference to the ban phase?
Mira, Maestro.
Mira percolates on my brain.
Those are my expectations. Having Mira around on Clubhouse, it can be a bit of a nightmare, especially on that site you were just talking about. Having her present on gym bedroom, bit of a nightmare. And you can pull her out in some weirder strategies on various other sites, and they will have the opportunity to. SamClan, as Wamai is the chosen ban. Jaeger pretty much being forced at the moment. Of course, when Aruni comes in, hopefully quite soon, actually, now that I think about it, that should mix things up a good amount, and I'm really excited to see her.
I think you might,
and not just because she's gorgeous.
Penguin. All right. I think you might be a little bit ahead of me, as I just saw Kaid get banned. So
okay. Yeah.
I'm going to refresh my feed real quick. So
yes, it is the 6 pick phase at the moment. You're quite a way behind by now.
Please go ahead and take away this bit while I read full screen and my stuff.
So we are headed to Church and Arsenal. Is the first defense from SamClan.
If I wanted to say that quicker without using multiple words, how would I say that?
I don't know.
Charsenal, man. These are the calls.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know what you were referencing. Exactly. I was just off it. Sorry. That's my mistake.
My reference was lost upon your inference.
Yeah, I know. I'm not on my game. So, not as on it as you today. SamClan, the 6th pick that they have chosen was Maestro to Echo. To keep Echo in play nice and sneakily. If you're not ready for those yokais at the right moments, it can really, really cost an attacking team. He's going to probably just sneak those in corners. He could potentially use them as slightly more distant cams, but really it's probably not the safest idea, especially when they aren't invisible on the site. You want to hide it under a shelf or something. A lot of interesting spots we'll see developing, I imagine, now that we've got a slightly different way of playing Echo.
Yeah, while they are not completely invisible anymore, they are certainly difficult to spot, especially when you can hide them in so many places. And almost more importantly, people are not used to just looking at every inch of the ceiling for a dark grey cube.
Yes.
Often we're seeing teams who then notice an IQ, notice an echo, leaning on the IQ, even though they're not invisible, just to ping the location, make that a little bit easier. But Hyperion 5 are not bringing the IQ. They do not know this echo is in play. And these drones are going to be just feeling out the top floor. Nothing crazy coming out here in terms of defensive roams. Looks like a nice firm sit aside from the presence of 11, the Jaeger, who's just been droned out in lounge. His position known, but will they be able to jump on his location? Some shots come out from Garage as Zafir pushes in, trying to get hold of this roaming Jaeger, but he's pretty safe down there in lounge. Takes a little spot underneath the window.
Bit of caution from the attackers of Hyperion 5 at the beginning of this match. Spreading across the map, trying to clear out any roamers. There's very little presence. So soon enough, they will start to establish their vertical dominance by opening some angles up. They do have the sledge. They have a lot of soft breach. They've lost some of it, though. The Zofia of Stizzy falling early. 2-11 starting things off with a lovely kill.
Stizzy finding his way back to the starting point with 0 hit points. We'll see him next round, but for now it looks like a misjudged pre-fire toward the stairs angle, where in fact 11 was playing up, standing by the window. And now 11 is back on site. Now, it looks like we have managed to get open the hatch breach, the Hibana up there, able to do so without much contention. Impact Tricking is able to do that, but you know what is also good at stopping people? SMG-11's Ricardo shuts down the sledge. Soft destruction already done in pretty good amounts, but look at that. He was shot through his own hole. Rippy McDippy.
Well, MP9 is going to try and use them anyway, despite that warning. It's a bit of a risk to contest the same vertical angle from underneath twice in a row. But Ricardo's going to do it anyway on a different angle. He uses the hatch to get the better of the Hibana. 2 vertical kills from underneath. Hyperion 5 might have the vertical control in a technical sense, but they certainly don't in a gunfighting sense. And now it's a 2 versus 5. What a poor start to the attack from Hyperion.
They've got the presence, but control is not a word I would apply to the situation. MP9 starts things off, shuts down what the drop comes through and he picks up another, but he is shut down by 11 and Pedro as those 2 guns come alive. But Sam Clan in the lead with the first round gone. Church, pretty solid defense there. Let them get the hatch, let them get the verticals. Doesn't matter because we get those kills regardless.
The 416 being 11's friend, he gets 2 kills for that round. That's a lot of numbers. The only number they'll care about right now is the 1-0 on the scoreboard. As they move to CCTV and Cash for their second offense, can they duplicate that strong form? There wasn't too much necessarily offered by the defense. They sat deep. They won the early fight. They got that entry frag. And then they just contested up a little bit. There was very little in way of attacking from Hyperion, and it was almost a free round in that respect.
Yeah, you're right. It didn't really feel like the Hyperion 5 really got much of a foothold in that at all. They got open some stuff, but when it came to like using those angles, kind of suffered a bit. They did manage to get 2 good kills on the drop. Can't completely disregard those. But they did end up being fruitless as their man advantage was just too heavily weighed in Sam Clan's favour. Moving away from having the Echo, we've got Rakaz on the Valkyrie. Incredibly versatile. You know her, you love her. She's that girl that throws the cams everywhere and it's going to give them a lot of intel around the site. Probably, unsure where they'll throw the cameras. Maybe one outside to give intel. Oh yeah, looks like one's going out onto that tree out there to give some intel on that subroof area. You can never go wrong with a Valkyrie. I love the girl. She's...
A Valkyrie can certainly make misplays, but just as a baseline operator, having your cams down in useful spots, you've done a very good job straight away.
I've just got a thing for girls called Megan.
Yeah. But this one's with an H. It's a weird Megan.
It's misspelled, yeah.
It's Megan.
Nah, gross. Anyway, I kid. I mean, no disrespect nor ill will towards Megans who misspell their name.
Well, Eliza, is it her name? Eliza is dropping down logistics hatch.
Oh yeah, you're correct.
Is that right, Eliza?
It is, yeah.
Sure that's her name. I don't know the siege. The only one that's important is Morrower Evans, which is Clash, for all you don't know, the best operator in the game, who unfortunately is not present. So what's been going on at the start of this round, Barnell?
Well, to facilitate our utter wittering, not an awful lot. Aside from the breach beginning to go down, the Ace has gotten 2 nice thin angles across that wall over in CCTV. Valkyrie backs away, deciding not to contest it, and Zofia propels on the side, eager to take advantage of a rotating defender. We still have one rotating below. It looks like Ricardo there on the roam across through bar. Garage left alone. Red Stairs and Lounge left alone. And aside from Zofia, it looks like a pretty master bedroom side to take, which is why this roamer coming up from the stairs is going to be so powerful. But looks like the diffuser carrying Penguin has noticed. Moves down to watch the flank, and the Jaeger backs off for now. Hopefully they have a drone there or something to call that flank. If not, then he just needs to wait this clock down a little bit longer and jump up there behinds.
Yes. They have no Nomad, no Gridlock, no specific utility way of dealing with that. I'm not sure they have a Claymore either. A lot of these players tend to operate with breaching charges instead. So at the moment, they'll have to cover themselves by watching it very specifically, which means they have less men for the push and less men watching that flank anyway. Leo shut down, and on the opposite side, 11 gets one, but he's traded out by Penguin quickly on the refrag to make sure this man disadvantage is not massive.
You can see their small breach holes are made in that construction wall, but Ricardo is still there. Ricardo is watching for it. Looks like he's going to back off. No, he sweeps through logistics and he shuts down the player in construction. He's still got the Hibana on one side, and the Zofia is still present on the breach, and it's all going to be down to the Hibana. She does manage to down the flanking Jaeger, but that's still a 1 versus 3.
You're quite a way behind, Barnell.
Am I?
Yes, at least for me. Maybe I'm living in the future.
Equally possible. I will refresh my feed. Bear with me and please take the reins.
But that was another defensive round for Sam Clan, and I've got to be honest, they're not winning these rounds. I mean, they technically are winning these rounds in that sense, but in every other sense, they're just ticking the boxes. They're playing pretty regular Siege, and the opposition are not offering anything. And they've not got extensive roams that are slowing these attackers down. They are just moving in slowly. And there's something to be said for playing carefully, but you can be careful and efficient, neither of which seem to really be happening from High Fury, because they're losing the entry frags each time as well.
Almost there. There we go.
Interesting point, Barnell. That mirror. We moved to Gym Bedroom, which you were talking quite a bit about in the pre-match as a very interesting site. And the interesting operator for that interesting site is Mira, because there are so many different setups you can do. So many teams favoring a logistics hold as of late. You can also get the setups toward bathroom. I've seen 1 or 2 in between sites. Potentially on the cache wall as well, and that's where it seems like that's where Mira is headed towards currently. So that is going to be the first spot.
It looks like it. Now, holding logistics is a difficult thing to do. The fact that the hatch is right there behind you means they can drop in, they can flash, they can grenade. But having a couple ADSs and really depending on, I don't know, how hard you commit to that logistics hold really depends on where the attackers choose to go. If they're all getting stacked up in construction and stuff and they're not on the roof, you can actually be there with quite a strong level of confidence.
Right, well, the Jaeger has a tough job here. Pedro, he's got angles all the way across. He's got 1 in garage, 1 outside the breach, and 1 underneath him in stock. Obviously, stock can put some serious pressure on the players in cache from holding those tight angles as we see on cache defenses. Of course, this is Gym Bedroom, so he can easily back out of that position, Rick has. He's going to try and stick it for as long as possible. The Jaeger may well get isolated. How many players can he take with him is more the question.
That's really the key, and with the Zofia below, by the looks of things, him rotating back around and staying alive looks like an unlikely resolution to this. The drone comes out, his position is confirmed, and there comes some of the explosions from below. Looks like a vertical attempt from the Zofia, but the hole isn't made. That floor isn't quite soft. The smokes make sure he can't push back at them, so he begins to push down instead to try and catch off the Zofia in the 1v1. Luckily, Rikaz is there to provide a bit of additional pressure from Cash, but it looks like his priority is to stay alive.
Oh. Well, that's more like it. Pedro gets that first kill on the board, and he's still contesting across to Garage. They can't flush him out of this position. They've lost that pinching player. As you can see, an extra player, I believe that's Blue on the Hibana dropping down. It'll be a very long way around, though. Selma Breach is starting to put pressure on Cash and taken out across from the window. Leo jumping. Oh, no, not the window, sorry. Just in the middle of CC, using that hole to take him out. And Pedro escapes with his life, full health, time delayed. Probably a good job.
Certainly so. I mean, Rikaz there unfortunately cut down as they open the breaches between Cash and CCTV, but with a minute remaining and a man equal number. Oh, a beautiful headshot there through the wall. I think I'm fractionally behind, but I think we're both reacting to that beautiful wall bang headshot.
We are indeed.
And it looks like this is the eventuality that we talked about. No attackers are on the roof to take advantage of the logistics hatch, and now it means that we have Bandit playing in logistics with relative freedom.
A bit of a stall out here. Hyperion 5, they don't know what to do. They're going for that logistics breach to put pressure onto Bandit to push him back. He's going to hold a tight angle to fight this Sledge, who's taken out from the corridor. Pedro coming up round and making use of himself yet again. Can he get the second? One will be dropping the hatch. One will be coming across from logistics.
He dodges. He looks towards the skyline. He's shut down for it, but the ace kind of shut out here. The smoke canister is making this ingress really quite difficult, and with 2 seconds on the clock, Hibana, there's no way you're pushing here. And Planting picks up one, doesn't quite pick up that kill actually, and in round it goes to Sam Clan. Great delay work there done by Pedro over by Cash and Red Stairs. Like a minute.
Assisted by Rikaz
yes,
as well on the Goyo. Obviously falling with about a minute left, but that's a pretty good trade-off for that much time wasted, considering they got nothing else open, no other site presence. It was pretty much a 5-man push from the same angle, and they didn't even manage to beat those 2 players. So again, ineffectual attacking from Hyperion 5, I must say.
There aren't that many ways to skin it. It really looked a bit like we need to clear these Romans, we need this control, and then we'll smash out a construction take. Right, guys? Got it. And they never did. And they brought more men for it. They got some breach open to do it. They got rid of Rikaz, but they lost the one player playing below to hem in that position. I mean,
remind me what the name of this game is.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege.
Can you repeat that last word in English?
Rainbow Six.
I'm Fine, I won't make the point.
Siege. No, make
Siege.
a point. It's
That's
Siege.
what we're talking about. Rainbow Six Siege. The attackers sieging the building. Siege in the German root means to win, and that's what Hyperion 5 are not doing at the moment. 3-0 down. They're going to have to pull out some incredible siege tactics, which they really haven't looked like doing so far this match.
Yeah, the attacks have really... They felt like they've lacked teeth. Even if you take the ground you're after, they haven't been able to achieve much with it. Even if they try and attack position to flood it out, they haven't been able to uproot it. There's no winning the game if you can't accomplish what you're aiming to do with these moves. And now as we move back down to Church and Arsenal, I mean, this is where we saw them really have no roam presence and really just do a full sit and fight up. But here we have something very, very different. We've got Vigil playing up in bar. We have Mute and Mozzie by the look of it playing upstairs. Now this, if Hyperion 5 can recognize this, go for a quick site take and get the defeater down, that's going to work really heavily in their advantage. But for now, we've seen them get distracted. No! The wallbang headshots are just coming out to play. He does get shut down in return through that bit of open section, but he's delayed about a minute of the clock.
Oh, now those vertical angles coming to use. There are so many useful angles you can get from above, that hatch being one of them. Rikaz getting a lovely kill to catch up to make up for 11 falling. 11, I've got to say, he is electric right now to watch. Ricardo dropping elsewhere. The man count is equalized. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Still roamers on the map. We've got Rikaz on the top floor still. He's got to find his way down, potentially through some players, or he could go the safe way down. Across down through storage. 2 players quite reliable on site, Pedro and Wirt. He's going to rely on their skill to hold off the attackers, and he can be the man on the outside.
I mean, with 2 players, you've got a man advantage if you try and take the site. At this point, yeah, we're going to go for...
Interesting.
Okay, double up on the utility and waste an impact to try and open that hatch. Not quite sure why that was necessary, but that will give them that additional entry. But taking this long, they're letting Mute persist up here in logistics. It's really up to them whether or not he's wasting his time or whether he is positioned to flank them very efficiently.
Well, I'm sure they'd know because MP9 was taken out by the Mute. You would have seen it was a Mute. And Wirt getting a lovely pick across the way with the MP5. With the lack of magnification on that thing, that shot must have been absolutely fantastic. Get the better of Penguin. So only Stizzy and Blue remaining. Blue taking out the Mute, who looks like he came down blue? Or is that up in the hatch?
I think that's probably up in the hatch and bar. Wirt eats a chunk of damage from pre-fires from the Stizzy, but at this point, there's still a Banshee in front of them, and there's this Melusi can bounce between the angles. Pedro shuts down the player in Moto, and it's all down to Stizzy. There is no time to accomplish this. They might get one, but no, the shotgun seals things out. Shotgun
Jesus.
Just shut and sir words, which end in SamClan winning round number 4.
Oh, they continue their incredible run of successive rounds, and they go back to CCTV and Cash. They've done a fantastic job. They've done a full circuit, and they're just continuing on round.
I'm a little bit confused by some of Stizzy's actions in that last round. There was a soft Moto hatch. Ace deployed a Selma to breach it. You only need one Selma to do so on a soft hatch, and so that would have worked just fine. But Zofia whipped out her lifeline and impacted the hatch, opening it anyway. Meaning a Selma and an impact were used to open that hatch. Now, when they moved down the stairs, no time advantage was there. It wasn't like, we need this hatch open right now, the Selma's too slow. They didn't drop down the hatch immediately. They didn't use that time, so there was no point that way. And when they got down to the bottom of the stairs, we saw Zofia stalling out, trying to fight 2 angles with a Banshee at her feet, meaning that she could not quickly cross the corridor and take cover because of the Banshee.
Yeah.
And she had no impacts left to destroy it.
Wow.
So she wasted an impact where she didn't need to, opening a hatch that Ace was already opening, and then had no way to destroy the Banshee that stood between her and 2 very dangerous angles.
At the same time, potentially a bit of a risk. Obviously, Blue with a fantastic reflex shot to watch his own back. Opening that hatch, almost a little bit risky when you're moving down there when you know a player is above you still, and you're not going to clear him out. Obviously, Blue got the better of him, but had he died in that situation, lost that fight, we would have been criticizing him for that. So
potentially
risky moves from Hyperion. Very strange to say the least. And when you're losing, those sort of decisions look very different to when they're working for you.
Yeah, of course they do. I mean, but also it wasn't me. You know, he can whip out his shotgun and he can open that hatch himself. So probably not the most impactful of moments. But for now, Eliza, your old friend, dropping into logistics. We do have Ricardo back on the Jaeger. He's there lurking. Drone's preceding Ash's push here through Master Bedroom, and there's nothing holding her flank right now. I can't see any drones there. Hibana's going to join her over by Master Bedroom, so this drone is going to head down those stairs. And there, shot out by the Jaeger. His position will be known, and Ash responding to peek the angle in case. He's going to back off for now. Good move.
I love the flexibility in operators we're seeing from SamClan as well. Quite a lot of players switching around. We've seen Pedro rock the Jaeger on the gym bedroom defense. Ricardo opting for it this time, doing a very similar job in just delaying those attackers, and then he will strike as soon as they give up on it. Speaking of striking, Wirt being the first man to fall, and that'll be worth quite a lot to those attackers.
For the first time, we're seeing Hyperion 5 get the man advantage. There's Sophia down in stock, able to shut down Ricardo on the return toward the site. Now, only 3 left, and a whole minute and 20 left to work with. Positioned in cash and red stairs. Very strong position, and he'll use it to his advantage. MP9 hits the deck. Still a 3 versus 4, though. Minute and 10. Plenty of time to work with as he taggers, and they have got parts of the breach open.
SamClan's defenders seem kind of trapped over in cash right now. There's not very many angles to go through. People tucked in close to breaches, also on red. Obviously, it's risky with that with the wall open, which it definitely now is, thanks to Penguin over on CC. There's a lot of angles suddenly now opening up as well. Blue using those X-Kairos to their advantage. Angles opening all towards SamClan. 3 players sitting in the middle of what's soon going to become a bloodbath. It's just a matter of time and who will win out these fights. Only 1-man advantage. Might not see it for Hyperion straight away.
Oh, the Valkyrie. A whole flood of motion there. They push into the site and they drop back. It's like a wolf biting a sea urchin. This teeth can sink into either, but the spines will hit the roof of the mouth, and there the MP5 pierces through and shuts down the Hibana. There's only one left on the red stairs. The position is known. The RG-15 comes down 11, but it hits a headshot onto Stizzy. And SamClan on an absolute tear, an almost full defensive sweep. This could be a 7-0. At this point, I wouldn't be utterly astounded by that, and really I should be.
Nice urchin speak, Barnowl. SamClan will not let this flag-waving sea urchin come between them and victory.
Oh, love that show.
But 11, I have to say,
if
he has probably
understands that reference. I want to know who you are.
I don't think anyone is ever going to. 11, as I was trying to say. He has probably been the most on-form player through the qualifiers, and now clearly continuing that in strong fashion. I mean, he's my MVP of the week right now throughout these matches, and he does not look like he's slowing down at all. And now he's going for the smoke, taking that off word, doing exactly what I said on one of those I think it's that last round actually. The amount of flexibility in terms of operators, they're all just moving and trading between operators at will, SamClan, and it's not going against them at all. They're all very capable of doing each role.
It really is one of those situations where on a given day, on a given round...
Mira's put a window down in logistics! Got that in my head.
Oh man, I remember that was funny.
It was only the other week.
Yeah. It does look that they're going to go for the same logistics type hold that they did in the last round, but this is Jim again. If we see Hyperion 5 go for such a dedicated clear of cash and spend that much time doing it, I'm worried for them. To be honest, there comes a point where I'd rather see them give up on it. I'd rather see them decide, you know what, screw it. Let's go breach into construction direct, or let's drop logistics. And we do have the sledge on the roof heading over to, and I think we're going to see them get rid of that hatch in pretty short order. If they can flush out the bandit and take logistics, that's going to be a much stronger foothold than CCTV ever was for them. For now, however, this is looking very, very familiar. The Ash and the Ace opening up the cash side things, and we have Pedro and Rikaz playing in the identical positions that we saw them last time. Looks like we've got Stizzy underneath. Now, this began falling apart for them when they allowed Pedro to move down and take the 1v1 against Sophia. Once they did that, he had free roam to leave and give up on the angle whenever he wanted.
Well, Stizzy will be the first one to get a kill this round, getting the better of Pedro, the real player they wanted to take out last time on that red stairs position. He managed to take out Stizzy and then get all the way back to the site for some key play. He managed to get a kill or two over there as well, and he delayed. He has managed to delay again quite a long period of time. He has just been taken out, though. So unfortunate, but they'll take it, I think, SamClan. Rikaz being the one who's alive this time. 11 under some serious pressure from the hatch. That is what you can expect.
A real shame there to not capitalize on the fact that he was going to be pushed out of that position. The frag grenade really well thrown, but they just allowed him to immediately get out of that spot. Now, the AC are going to get rid of that mirror looking into the window, and they've got a whole minute left to work with, so they can get on these windows. They're droning out. You can see they're going to move over toward the windows. At the site, they have Sizzy below, so mirror here might actually be in danger from a vertical kill up the hatch.
Ooh, the mirror taken out in gym.
There it is.
Should be very useful.
Now
that was up through the hatch, indeed, wasn't it?
Yes. Looking at like they had a plan to move through cache, take it, take construction, and they've succeeded in those things, but time is looking really low, and the time is going to start working in the defender's favor. The canisters from the smoke begin to ring out. That's going to really slow that push in by these attackers. How is 11 still playing logistics after this much time? What is going to fall as well?
Oh!
But there's only 9 seconds left.
Oh! Rick has some brilliant individual play to get multiple players across the way, but it's not enough to deny the plant. His teammate is down. It's effectively a 1 versus 2. There is no chance of a revive, especially as he's been finished off. Blue getting a lovely kill, but the intel is known! Leo against Rickaz now. Leo up in logistics. A surprise angle. He can catch off the Goyo. He's protected by the bomb chassis. He comes round and Leo finishes the job. The first time Hyperion 5 get around on the board. So very close for Rickaz. Great individual play from the Goyo. But a well-deserved round overall from Hyperion. Despite the late push, it's a little bit messy. They did the job earlier in the round that saw them into that strong position.
That round really did rest on the shoulders of Pedro. That 1v1 with Stizzy coming up from below really just... The fact that the whole round can pivot on that shows that Hyperion 5, although the scoreboard really obviously leans heavily against them right now, it's not... Like, they're not a terrible team. I don't think the scoreboard quite shows the full extent of the story. And there, with just a little bit more of their plan going where they wanted it to, that did look a lot more convincing from Hyperion 5.
Yeah, we've seen some poor performances at this level of play numerous times, but this is not one of them. They have just been outplayed on various rounds, or they just haven't shown up. And now they're on the defense of Clubhouse. They've got that one round behind them. Maybe this is where they can mount the comeback from this position. Remember, Sam Clan, they're not even on match point. They're only 4 rounds ahead, which is not too bad. Hyperion 5, they can drop a round before they have to win a whole bunch of them. So still not over by any means. Also got to say Hyperion 5, it's like it's counting up. If it's like in German, it's like Hyperion 5, and then it'd be like Hycesian Siam.
Huh.
And you know, it could keep going like indefinitely. Some good numbers.
You should give us a longer example of that.
I think that's enough.
How could it keep
going?
It's
a specific enough joke for our English, German, French, and Russian-speaking audience. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Siem is 7 in Russian, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Then Siem is 8.
Okay, thank you, Miss Chavot. Anyway, take it away, Barna. What's happened in this first minute for the attack of Sam Clan?
Well, just like the last half where you threw it to me after a minute of waffle, very little has happened apart from a bit of a breach. Now, I'm conscious that I might be a little bit behind, but on my screen, Ricardo has only just fallen to Stizzy.
It's just a moment behind. 11 actually getting a double up in the sight, just blasting in, taking out 2, but he's taken out in return by Blue.
Please continue, take hold of the action as it
going
happens.
all over the place. MP9 getting the better of it, which leaves his team in a 1-man advantage. 2 versus 1 for the defense of Hyperion 5. And those are the kind of numbers they like.
Absolutely. I mean, I just like watching, like blue leaves fall from a tree as the side of the scoreboard on the left just blinked out of existence. An absolute flurry of trades really falling in Hyperion's favor. Pedro left all by himself, a minute to go, and a 2 versus 1. By no means is this story finished being written, but they're getting close to putting the full stop on this, and Pedro's going to need to do something pretty incredible to whack out some Tipex to kind of reverse a bit of it, rewrite a bit of the story on top of it, blow it to dry it.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting story. Pedro, though, he wants to be the protagonist. He's looking ahead. He's skipped over to the final page. He's seen his victory, and he wants to make sure that is exactly what happens. Oh, he shot out the mute jam and it set off the Selma. I was thinking, how did Ace throw that? He's dead. That's very silly of me. 20 seconds left, though. Pedro, no time for dilly-dallying. He sees an older, but he can't take out the older wielding player. And he can indeed be taken out by the MP... Well, not the MP9. I guess he's the MP9 for the Hyperion 5, who are living up to that strong name now, but...
Definitely starting to look a little bit stronger. The trades just flurrying out. It really looks like they've got much stronger idea of what they want to be doing here on the defense. And with SamClan coming to them, with them having the control in the beginning, the default position for the defenders, they have full control. They're holding on to it very tightly. I didn't catch a section of the action toward the middle of that round when the flurry began, as my connection seemed to dip for a second. So, in your words, Evac, what is the change in tide that we're seeing here from Hyperion?
I think defense, obviously, you have a bit more of an obvious plan on one of those, especially on a CC defense. You've got your set positions and then it's moving in to get those refrags, and they won the refrag battle. That was the basics of it from Hyperion. They had the right men in the right positions because they were quite well organized. And on attack, they lacked that organization. They weren't there necessarily to support each other to get those refrags. And that's the difference that has really got them these 2 rounds so far. It's certainly helped them. And they've gained confidence as well. So moving on to this church defense, it would not be a surprise at all to end up with a 5-3 scoreline after this. They've got the operators to do it. It's quite an interesting lineup. I was going to say bizarre. It's not quite bizarre, but it implicates something. It implicates a very different setup. That extension with the vigil and the castle.
Now, we saw SamClan employ really both mentalities of defense on Church and Arsenal. We saw them do a full sit. We saw them do this kind of roam with the mute and the mozzie. So now that Hyperion are the ones employing this defense, I'm interested to see how SamClan approach it. How well do they dedicate to the roam clear, or do they identify the fact that the site is relatively sparsely populated and go for a nice hard hit, strike while the iron is hot, and get a plant down nice and quick? 2 minutes and 20.
A good option.
Looks like 2 minutes and 20. The hatch is already opening kitchen. I think if I read that explosion correctly, I might have seen that down in kitchen.
Dizzy taking some damage upstairs from outside the window. Ricardo trading some damage with him upstairs. That should be quite a crucial upstairs battle. You can see 11 also waiting to come along from logistics and punish that mozzie inside of construction. He has the hatch open to be able to drop if he's under too much pressure. Currently playing it relatively safe in cash. He just wants to make himself a nuisance, Stizzy. He has a C4 in hand as well. Potentially deny some area. That sound of the C4 on a doorway, for example, you don't want to run through that. It's a little bit terrifying. That can help him out on that roam. Quite a capable roamer, Ozzy certainly is. And quite a lot of these players still roaming. You can see Blue as well as MP9 currently pinching towards the corridor.
It really is starting to feel like this is the time to go for a site push. To realize the fact that there are so many roamers.
This is exactly what's happening.
Exactly. Ricardo comes in, is shut down. Leo is shut down, and in return, Wirt picks up Penguin and another for 11 as the attackers begin to peel away an advantage. The plant goes down in pretty good time, a 5-2 rapidly approaching a 6-2 match point looms as Stizzy is by himself. Now he has to return, he has to retake his own site. There's a hatch open to do it, but Flash has come out towards main stairs as I think his position has been given away.
Roles reversed. It is Mozzie now trying to attack from the central stairs, just like an attacker with all these angles from the defenders against him. And there we go, a lovely execution from Sam Clan. They noticed, as you said at the beginning of the round, a lack of defenders in the middle of that site. They were so set on the roam. They didn't fall back. But the key thing is, those roaming players, once they were relatively ignored, they didn't make nuisances of themselves. They didn't put pressure on the attackers to force them to combat and waste time. And they just pushed on down to the site, planted, job done. They finished off the rest of the kills, and now they sit on match point, which is a perilous, perilous position for Hyperion 5. They need so many rounds in a row, and despite their strong rise the last couple of rounds, it looks almost too much to overcome.
Yeah, for them to... I mean, look, they showed a pretty good showing over on CCTV. If you go to Gym now, where we've seen attackers seem to struggle, but this is a very, very steep hill to climb. They need 4 rounds in a row just to bring us to OT, and my optimism is waning ever so slightly.
Oh no.
I know. Look, we'll deal with this another day. But for now, there is... We've got the Maestro on the board, the rest looking pretty familiar. The Mute, we've got the Smoke, got the Jaeger, we've got the Malusi. Now, we saw when Hyperion were attacking, they went hard on clearing out the cache and the CCTV players, and they made a really big deal, spending about a minute and a half both times trying to deal with that player. We're looking like we've got some relatively similar setup over here, some Mute Jammers to assist, some barbed wire as well, and a Jaeger in a relatively similar position. By the looks of the spawns as well, we've got a pretty eastern-sided dominating take. A couple of the attackers over there, their sights probably towards this Jaeger player of MP9. And there are the other two, coming in from the opposite side of the map. Much more of a split-looking approach than what we saw from Hyperion 5 when they were attacking. They seem to shove all people through from cache. This is looking much more like a Jacuzzi breach is going to be on the objective. Rikaz holding the diffuser on the ace is in position to start making getting a bit of the work done.
Wood getting that wall nice and open will help his team out. Ricardo falling on the opposite side. Not so. The sledge yet again being the first to fall for Sam Clan. Obviously they won the last round out, but losing so much potential utility destruction with that sledgehammer, his strong weaponry and his frag grenades. It's not great to lose him this early, especially given how weird of a sight Jim and Master can be. As we saw last time out, that 20-second rush only just falling in favor of the attackers.
It really did come really quite close, but already we have the Zofia, minute and a half left, and they're already making work toward the site. In that corridor, looking towards all the spots, the Mute out, misses the shot, doesn't take the shot, misses the site, and takes some damage in return. Not very much, but the position of the Mute is now known. Zofia's going to dip down on the stairs to take some cover. Maestro now angling towards that. He's got a wonderful crossfire. So difficult to make an entry to Master Bedroom when a logistics player is still active. And really no ground has been taken on the east.
Oh, but Pedro charges in from the main stairs with the distraction from 11 on the window. Gets a triple! He takes into the entire site, clearing everyone. And MP9 is the only man left alive inside of construction. What a brilliant individual play from Pedro. Probably the unsung hero of this match for Sam Clan so far.
Gonna jump out the window, try and grab a kill from someone covering, but there's one on the top of the roof who will deal some damage. 2 people now covering this diffuser. This is really quite dire. It's clutch or bust here on the game. He'll get one. He downs the Hibana. I don't know if he knows if he got the down. One more player sitting outside the gym window, and he seems to have absolutely no idea of where he needs to go from here.
There's not enough time, really. No, he's wasted it. There's not enough time to disable. He is short of time, and also he's short of kills. Also, just missing the ace, his feet sticking out at the end. The job was done already for the attackers by the timer and by some incredible play from Pedro, using the distraction from his teammates and striking with a gorgeous triple. He claims the MVP. I was preparing. The reason why I was so quiet at the beginning of that round was I was looking for 11's Twitter. I was trying to find him on Twitter because I wanted to follow him. I can't. I can't find him. I think I'm in love, Barnell. Like 11. There's something about this guy. He's just fantastic. I'm so excited to see more SamClan. Their attacking play is unbelievable, and we got to see a bit more of their defense here today as well. And Oregon and Clubhouse, they can rock those maps. We know that already. For the rest of the season, they bring out some others. If they can keep it up like that, they can go beyond tier 4. They can go way up if they keep up this sort of form.
That's pretty big praise.
It is pretty big praise, but they've really, really impressed me. They want some of the best play I've seen.
On a scale of 1 to impressed, how 10 are you?
I'm about a 7 point impressed.
Okay, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Definitely. I mean, I don't want to pile on too hard to the praise train, but definitely. I mean, Ricardo.
Go on, Barna, be nice.
I mean, Pedro really. I mean, he topped the leaderboard. He got obviously loads of kills, but the amount of time that he both wasted when he was defending, the amount of time and dedication that he required from the attackers to get him out of position finally was just really impressive, and it really, really helped when they were defending. And that moment, that triple on the entry. I mean, I was just talking about how difficult it is to enter with that crossfire. Someone is in logistics and someone's in master, and they're both watching you. You die. You can't run and look in 2 directions at once. You lose that. But the timing to just have that distraction.
Clash, shield on your back.
Okay, if you're Clash, maybe you can. But if you're Zofia, just the timing to get that fraction of a second as they looked away to sprint in, kill. The site is yours, and it just dropped. The flurry of orange that completely collapsed. There, the plant goes down. MP9 left all by himself. Good shot on his part to get down on the Hibana, but just no intel to find out where the ace was in the end there. Just a really good all-round performance from SamClan. I feel a little bit bad for Hyperion. We saw quite a lot of Stizzy, MP9 coming out pretty big. The rest, fairly quiet. I didn't find myself saying Leo's name very often or Blue's name very often. Apparently, they had a sub called Penguin. I don't remember seeing them in the match really at all.
No.
Which feels harsh, but I don't remember there being a moment of action where Penguin was significantly involved.
Not much action in a positive manner for Hyperion. A game to forget, really, for them. Obviously, do not forget the mistakes. Learn from them. Come back next time stronger. They definitely showed some good fighting spirit towards the end of that map, and it looked like a comeback may well have been on the cards. SamClan probably just a bit too much for them to handle, headed right towards the top of the table alongside Volcano Esports.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, coming here with intent.
Oh, no, not Volcano.
Here in this...
On-site.
Here in this first week of games here at Reflex Champions, making that kind of stomping your way in with such a convincing game. I mean, good on Hyperion for not making it a 7-0. That would have been, obviously, the worst-case scenario. They did manage to claim some rounds, both on the attack and defense, so good job. They definitely do have some spark in there somewhere. It just wasn't on show today, and I hope they can polish that off, get a bit of energy inside of that, and show it off in full force in the coming days on Wednesday and Friday, same times as today. Ebac, before we round things out and close the first day of games here at Reflex Champions here in 2021, is there anything that you have to add before we close?
That was a great set of matches. I think as an individual message to these teams, despite the fact that we've enjoyed it so much, guys, bring something else out next time. There's been 3 days of 3 casts in a row from quals, and the tournament from the actual league itself, and we've only seen Oregon and Clubhouse. A little bit disappointing, as much as the games have been fantastic anyway. So huge complaints. Come on, give us a.
I'm impressed how
theme
entertaining
park.
that these. I'm impressed how entertaining these have been, given that they've been on Oregon and Clubhouse.
I'll be honest. Because we joined late to Reflex at the end of the last season, and didn't quite know what was going on. I was just trying to figure it out throughout the season in the last couple of games, and a lot of the teams seemed relatively deflated. I don't know if it's because the end of the season, but there were a few standout performances, and my confidence was rather low in general with the kind of quality, but during qualifiers and at the beginning of this league, completely wrong. These teams are some of the most exciting, dramatic.
From
teams.
Floor to ceiling, Reflex Champions is a completely re-energized beast. It has gone through an evolution. It's like
and they're not even paying us to say that.
It's like when you're playing Digimon and your favorite creature gets leveled up to a new creature. It's unrecognizable. That everything from the production package to the observers to the games, the energy in these teams and the new talent coming through is fantastic, and I cannot wait to see more of it. So, with that said, thank you for joining us for the first day of play here at Reflex Champions. I have been Barn Owl. I've been joined by the wonderful Ebac Clash main. Be sure to.
I'm wonderful.
He is. Look at him. I think I'm putting the right way. No. We'll be back here soon enough. We've got some wonderful new casters coming in, so do keep coming back here to catch the rest of these games, because it's only going upwards from here. Good night, and we'll see you guys soon.
Took my life and soul, ripped me to pieces, just let it all go. My heart was on fire, but you let me burn. You got me higher, now there's no return. No. You took my heart, you took my soul, ripped me to pieces, let it all go. you to my soul. Rip me to pieces, ready to go. Rip me to pieces, ready to go.
what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. Break down, look at your life, why you wanna be known. Head down, look in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone. Are you the animal, cannibalistic missile, crashing all around? off the hype. They got no longevity in the game, they got no stripes. No longer social in person, they live on social media. So social skills are not working because they live for likes. It's all a make-believe world, but they love living in the bubbles. They scrolling and reading all the BS you type. Just for attention, a couple shares or a mention is meaningless, but it's like nobody wanna deal with real life. I spit that real life, say what's on my mind. I will not pander to the climate of the deaf, dumb and blind. Never dumbing down my bars, only realness in the lines. You will only hear the honesty and passion in my rhymes. I'm staying connected, cause I perfected my art form. This show I directed, calm and collected, rated, respected, stayed on course and never deflected.
stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. We haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your lies. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now that I am free, I want my lips back, my time back, my words like when I said my love back, my life back, my heart, the one that you knew could break.